Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This police unit is trying to box him in, but instead he just crashes into the tree, and away he goes. But let me widen out. I don't know how far this will take him. Yeah, he's basically cornered. Wow, look at this. Off the road and onto the freeway. Oh my gosh, so he is on the freeway, going wrong side of the road here on the 91 freeway, going eastbound in the westbound lane. This car is smoking. I pray to God that the vehicles that are coming in his direction see this car coming at them and they're able to stop.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
All right, there we go. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I'm trying to get chat to work here. Just one second. There we go. All right, took a couple tries, but we're here now. And let's turn it on. Boom, there we go. Kim R., congratulations, you're first in chat today. Thank you, Kim. You have won many times before. You are, in fact, a habitual offender when it comes to being first in chat. Welcome. It's great to have you. First of all, we know we're in good hands. You've done this a lot. Kaylee says, check the burner. Check the burner. I will check the burner right now. Bug Dugger, I don't know what happened, but you tried to send me something, and it breaks my burner phone every time I open your account. Like I open our communications. I don't know why. It must have been a picture or a video format that just doesn't work well with Google Voice. Wow. Oh yeah, you got some good stuff. Some close-ups of Donna. That's awesome, Kaylee. I have to give a shout out. First of all, Kaylee, Kim, congratulations, Kaylee. Thank you very much for the pictures of the close-ups of Donna. As we get set to go back to court, which is in just a moment, I have to say.
Hush. Now I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
Judge Clark wants me to be quieter. Thank you very much. I want to say thanks to Melissa, who sent me a package with some treats in it. I ran to the post office. It had some Blue Diamond spicy, bold, spicy almonds. Dill pickle. I say had because it's empty now. I'm pretty sure this is I think serving size is 1, right? I think it says serving size 1. It's fine print. At least I assumed it was 1, but it was so good. They were so good. And that's not all. She sent me 3 other bags of hot honey cashews, a bag of Chex Mix, spicy Chex Mix, and this one, which I'm super excited for. Blue Diamond Almonds, bold wasabi and soy sauce. Ooh, yeah. I'm super excited about that one. So thank you very much, Melissa. I have treats for days. Treats for days. I just got them. I don't know. I have massive hand. No, I have tiny hands. That's what. I have tiny hands. So this is actually just like a tablespoon. Okay, so it's like 2 cups. Like 2 cups of almonds I had for lunch. They were so good. All right, Blue Diamond's a good. They make some great snacks. All right, we have the replay machine out in case we need it today. We'll be watching everything that happens in court on the replay if we need to, backwards, forwards. We'll do all that. Right now they're not back yet. They should be back in just a couple minutes. The wasabi one is my favorite. Oh, I cannot wait. I love wasabi and soy sauce. Both good treats. Healthy too, right? Please tell me they're healthy. All right. Let's see. We have, let me do a quick recap of what happened this morning. Frances Fitzgerald hit like on your way in. She said, thank you, Frances. I appreciate that. Well, those who do hit like, you're my favorites. Those that don't, you could become my favorites if you click the like button. And who doesn't want to be my favorite, right? Kelly H. gifted a membership. Kelly, thank you for your generosity over many, many, many live streams, gifting memberships to kick things off. I appreciate that, Kelly. Lindsay, member for 17 months, says, happy Friday, y'all. It is Friday all day long, which I'm excited about. Pam Jams also gifted a membership. Thank you for your generosity as new members are finding their way to the channel and being in green. That is great. Anything else? This morning, oh my goodness! If you're just joining us for the first time, you're saying, "What case are we following? What? Who's this? Who's this Donna lady?" I've got bad news for you. You have to rewatch this morning. The prosecution opening was phenomenal. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Like 10 out of 10. It's worth watching. It's about an hour. You can watch it on the weekend if you want, but you do have to go back and watch it. And it will lay the foundation, knowledge-wise, for all the key players that are involved in this case, as far as suspects and associates and things like that. And basically the story, the motive, the reasoning, and really some pretty telling emails that I'm sure we're going to dig into a little bit further that are going to get pretty spicy later on. So it's going to be good. The judge's admonishment was world-class and so needed. It was great. Everything about this case. I spelled Markel wrong. I spelled it wrong, and I corrected it in the last one, and then it didn't save it because I then recopied an old one. So I fixed it. Thank you. I corrected it last time as well. It'll be fixed tomorrow. It's fixed now, but thank you. Got the spelling fixed. I put the L before the E. I think we should be all right. Let's see. Where are we at? The judge was not buying Donna's shenanigans. The judge, after the jury was sent out and before we went to lunch, he basically said, look, Donna, don't. And by don't, I mean don't shake your head, don't nod. We don't need your affirmations or denials visually during trial. All the evidence the jury is supposed to get will come from the witness stand, not from you unless you choose to take the stand. And you're crying, cut it out. Get yourself under control because we're not going to have this jury make a decision based on anything other than the evidence, and we don't want a sympathetic vote from any of the jury members. He's not standing for it, and he put an early stop to it. I did see they arrested the parents of the missing child, the baby Haro. Yep, that's a lot of people say, yeah, I saw that one coming. The judge said that he did. He came down like a ton of bricks. All right, let's see. You will have to rewatch. It was spicy. Everything about this morning was great. This is an amazing trial. Big shout out to the pool photographers on this one. I believe is Court TV. They have brought all the big guns as far as some people who really know how to work audio and cameras. So we're getting some great camera angles and great focus, great audio. It's a heavy job, so it's awesome. Never heard a judge do that. I've seen it when it's been excessive, right? When there's like audible sobbing going on in court from the defense table. I've seen the judge say, hey, let's have a break. Get yourself under control. You can't be doing that. But this was early on. This was fairly quiet. And I think the most visible part of what was going on is there were two lawyers on each side putting their arm around her, rubbing her back and patting her and things like that. That almost made the spectacle bigger. Like, pay attention to what's happening over here, jury. So that needs to stop as well. He basically said, fix your face, Donna. I was living for it. Yes, he did. He's not joking. Let's see. He's having absolutely zero shenanigans in this. Just shaking her head, I understood. Donna has TV experience. Referencing, I think she was on what, Wheel of Fortune? Was she on I think it was Wheel of Fortune. She was on one of the game shows way back in the day. Not related. I mean, you can look it up and see how she did. It's out there all over YouTube. That's what was driving me nuts. Stop rubbing her back. The key FBI agent who broke this case is up next. That'll be awesome to hear how they did this, because it was a needle in a haystack for a long time, and how they found it was great. We're going to have three. The judge says, I think we can get through 3 witnesses this afternoon. It's funny when the judge says this, because the judge typically doesn't know anything about the case, but in this case he does, because he was the judge over Charlie. as well, Charlie Adelson, who's currently convicted for his role in the crime. So he knows all these places. He's seen them before. He's heard this evidence. He knows the story. And he's like, oh, yeah, these guys? Yeah, we're going to get these done in time. Usually you ask the prosecutor how long it'll take, and then defense, how long do you need to cross? Judge is like, all right, we should be able to finish these ones up. Nope. We coming back right now? Heard some sound just briefly. All right. Could defense argue if she's not allowed to emote, then jury might think she doesn't care? No, because that would be saying the jury wasn't allowed to see the true her. They are. She's allowed to do all she wants from the stand. But if she doesn't take the stand, she's basically testifying through her emotions, while preserving her right to remain silent. If she's going to be silent, she needs to be all the way silent. Not just not take the stand. So they don't have any grounds for complaint there. If she's that intelligent, why did she literally launder the money? I've got to find out more about this, because like literally washing money. First of all, who does that? Where would the money come from? Like if it was like drug money, like we've wrapped cocaine in our $100 bills, then I can see like, yeah, you might want to clean some of the drugs off. I could see that. Or we've snorted money through this. We've snorted cocaine through these $100 bills. Yeah, then you might need to literally clean the money. But typically laundering money is more of a financial crime that involves moving the money around in such a way that it conceals where it came from. It hides the ill-gotten gains. It mixes them in with legitimate sources of income to try to hide the fact that anything illicit was going on. That's the laundering. That's what it was called when they launder money. Unless you're Donna, and then it involves, I don't know, a washing machine, an iron board, and a clothesline in the backyard, and a stapler, apparently. All right. Welcome, John. I didn't see you come in, but welcome. Let's see. All right. Who else? I think we've covered everything we need to get started here. Is it possible that she thought she was getting her DNA off the money? That's a possibility. But why would money be tested for DNA unless they were caught for some reason? The money isn't going to be like we broke the case. We did DNA swab on the money. Money is presumed to have touched a lot of different people's hands. It's probably one of the worst, physical objects to swab to get DNA, because it's going to have everybody. The profile is going to be like, basically half of the West Coast touched this $20 bill, and so, pinning it down to a crime is difficult. It seems weird that the money was going to be the one. Like, we need to keep it clean. I think she just literally didn't understand. Let's see. Katie got the money from Charlie. I'm getting some text messages here. It was Charlie that actually washed the money. Katie got the money from Charlie out of his safe at his house. We did hear that in defense open. And arguably, I would say the defense version of where the money came from makes more sense. That it was Charlie's money. Charlie's a dentist. Harvey was a dentist. It was Harvey, right? Harley, I forgot the dad's name. They were both dentists. They dispute whose company was the dentist's office, but let's see. I've washed money before that had fell in oil. Okay, that makes sense, but $100,000 all moldy because you haven't dried it yet. Drugs are on every dollar. You just need to test them. Everything's drug money. Emily, we're not going to cover Wolfenbarger until either tonight or tomorrow. I don't know how we're going to do this. We're asking for no spoilers on that one. I realize that case is just wrapping up. We have followed it up until the very end, but I don't want to lose where we are in this case because it's so gripping. This one, honestly, Donna Adelson is the better case to watch of the two. So we're going to watch Donna live, and then we'll have to figure out, maybe No, catching up on Labor Day, that's way out. That's 2 weeks out. Saturday show. I want to do a Saturday show, but I honestly really want to go to the beaches of North Carolina and do some metal detecting tomorrow to see if I can find some treasure. After this big storm scoured the beach of all the sand, this is the time to go. So we'll try to figure out how we can do this. We're in a trial pickle. We are. Okay. All right. Going to the beach tomorrow, says Samantha. That's awesome. Worked at a bank years ago, and we had a customer that really washed his money. It was always wet when he brought it in. He didn't touch doors either. Okay, so that's more like an OCD thing, and I can see that. Anyone who's swabbed money for germs or tried to grow germs off money knows how tainted it is. Emily says, sorry for the misspelling. I'm in the pool and typing through plastic. Emily, invite us over. Pool party at Emily's house. Life's too short. Just go to the beach, says Bree. The days we missed. We've only missed one day in the Wolfenberger trial. It's today. We're caught up except for that. So their closings and all that. Could washing the money be more about money laying flat for stacking? That would be the ironing. You can iron dirty money, but most money is not like filthy dirty, like dirt falling off of it. Judge is coming back, so we need to be quiet. I'm supposed to go to Rodanth tomorrow, but house we rented is not accessible. Sorry, Gigi. That is the area that just got slammed. I wouldn't be surprised if they lost a couple houses there in Rodanth for the last couple days. Money is gross. Yes. If you have problems about money being gross, you can send it to me. I will take care of it for you. No worries. All right. Go to the beach and find a megalodon shark tooth. Oh, that would be cool. I've found some great whites and tiger sharks and makos because here in Greenville, North Carolina, we have a little stream that runs through ECU, Eastern Carolina University campus. You can just walk down to the stream and scoop up a bucket of sand and filter through it, and every bucket has dozens of most of very small shark teeth, fossilized shark teeth in it. Every time it rains, it just replenishes. It's crazy. Think about all the money laying flat. Yep. Take us to the beach with you. You can do your metal detecting while we play catch up, and you can check in on us to show us what you found. It's perfect. I'm not able to bring Court to you from the beach. That's the problem. Wouldn't be able to run the switcher remotely yet. We're working on that. I added an Eastern, ECU, East Carolina, not Eastern. I've got the shirt. I've got the pirate shirt. I mean, that makes me a fan, right? I've been in like season ticket seats, watching football games, basketball games, you name it. I didn't pay for the seats. My friend did. Anyway, ECU, that's where we are. I want to metal detect, not watch Court, says Birdie B. Metal detecting is so much fun. ECU graduate, pirate, not a fellow pirate. I did not go there. Yes, I'm in Greenville. 2002. That's awesome. Were you in the medical profession? A lot of medical stuff here locally. We're a hospital town for sure. You knew Wilmington. Got family there. I'm hour and a half, 2 hours away. Depends how you drive. I'm a little north and inland a little bit. Ari is a Wildcat. I am through and through. Weber State, great. Are you close to Conover or Newton? I don't know where they are, so I would say no. Greenville, North Carolina. I'm at least an hour and a half from anything. All right, the judge is back, I think. We're waiting probably for the defendant maybe to be brought out, and then the jury. Are you near Raleigh? I have to be there next week for work. Stacy, Raleigh's awesome. I think you're actually just a teensy bit late for like the beautiful part of the year where the crepe myrtle trees are all in bloom. like the pinks and the whites, and they're just beautiful. So you've missed that a tiny bit, but it's very, very green right now. And I'm an hour and a half, hour and 45 away, depending on where you are. Laurie, you can always just Google the Georgia trial, and you could watch without us. We'd miss you. You could catch up on that trial if you wanted to. If you just have to know right now. Crepe myrtles are spider havens, but they're the most beautiful tree. Smooth bark. I mean, it's amazing. Greener says, I just imagine all other courts are paused while we're watching something else. That is exactly what happens. I'm a market access director at Siemens for imaging. Oh, wow. That's some high-tech machinery you play with. Kat Knott Williams is playing it. Awesome. She was in our chat the other day. Be great if you wanted to watch it with her. You could watch it with her today. And tell her hi from us. And thanks for coming over yesterday. You going to the beach with your family? No. When I metal detect, typically I don't take family because they don't like to detect as long as I like to. They usually like to be done after like 3 hours, and I'm like, show me 6, 7, then I'm happy. Because you find rings about every hour and a half to 2 hours. And so if you're only there for 2 hours, you get like 1 ring, usually. So you be there for 6 hours, you get 3, maybe 4. What's your best find? Best find was an 1835, I think. 1835 $5 gold coin, New Orleans Mint. Beautiful, beautiful, absolutely incredible. Pulling that out of the ground here in North Carolina was amazing.
That's fine. Go ahead.
To break the defense advice, they've got some objections to my exhibit that I intend to introduce with this next witness. Today's exhibit 64 is email exhibit. It's a composite. And I haven't had time to look at all of the ones they're objecting to, but I know the first one is marked as State's Exhibit 64A. May I approach?
You may.
This is an email initially from Donna Adelson to Wendy Adelson, and Wendy replied March 28, 2011. It includes content in paragraph 3. It was a discussion of Dan and his parents attempting to spend time with the kids and how annoying that is to Mrs. Adelson. You can read what it says. Defense is objecting to that item. On relevance grounds, relevance is that Mrs. Adelson hated the victim and that hatred extended to his parents as well.
Ms. Fulford?
This is while they're still together, Judge. This is 2011. It has nothing to do with Danny. It was a derogatory comment made by my client regarding Danny's parents. Wendy made comments and Mrs. Adelson made comments, and they're not relevant to this case. This is while Danny and Wendy are still together.
As to whether your client had any animus towards the deceased, is there a time period where it has to be within the divorce?
It's not animus towards the deceased. I'm talking about her comments towards his parents.
Kappelman, as it relates to the comments going towards the parents.
I think it's relevant, Judge. It goes toward motive. She did not want these children to be with the father and with the father's family. She wanted them with her and her family. And that's what happened.
That's not what this email says.
Right. No, it's not what the email said. It's not a confession of murder. It's a expression of dislike, which is This goes to the motive.
Judge is reading it again. Is it coming in? What's your thoughts, Judge? Is it relevant?
All right. Much of this email does lack relevance or probative value for the jury. However, Ms. Kappelman, does this tie into other messages which otherwise would demonstrate the motive you're trying to prove? Or is this a standalone item?
I mean, there are other emails that express similar sentiments. I don't think they're specifically tied to the visit that's referenced in that particular email.
Are you arguing then that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased?
Oh, yes.
Very well. Over objection, I will permit it only on the grounds that it shows that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased or his family. However, if the defense is asking for a limiting instruction as to this evidence, you may request it now.
Ask for it. Ask for it, defense. That's the right thing to do. Don't let the whole thing in.
We're asking, yes, we would ask for a limiting instruction. This is not directed towards Danny Markel. I mean, if you take a look at it, Mrs. Adelson is complaining that Danny and Wendy have to schlep the boys down to see his parents instead of them driving up to see the boys. It has nothing to do with trying to keep the boys from the family. So I'm not sure what limiting instruction would be effective, but this is as to, it doesn't express any animus to Danny. So I'm not sure what the court would suggest.
His family.
The state's theory is not hatred towards Danny Markel's family. And so I'm
Ms. Kappelman,
confused.
as to the state's theory, please clarify this issue.
State's theory includes that Mrs. Adelson hated all things Dan Markel, and all things Dan Markel needed to be erased from these children's lives, including the grandparents. Now, I know Your Honor has precluded me from mentioning visitation with the grandparents and things like that, but obviously that's always been a part of the state's theory. I understand that I'm limited from including that, but it is important to show that this animus existed as far back as 3/28 of 11. And this is the first item in the exhibit because it goes back the furthest in time. I think it's important.
We're not going to be wasting a lot of time on this back and forth. This is the point of pretrial motions. On this point, as it relates to the state's theory of the case, that the defendant had animus towards the deceased or his family, it will be permitted on those grounds. If the defense is asking in some way for a limiting instruction to be given, please request it now.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the limiting instruction that is requested?
They don't know. Limit it to just that one sentence. Defense doesn't know how to limit it.
Your Honor, I'm at a loss.
He told you it's not all relevant.
I think that an instruction that, this doesn't show hatred towards Danny. So again, I'm not sure obviously I disagree with the state's argument concerning this.
The judge has already ruled and he's fighting
So
the
what about
What
suggestions?
would be considered for the defendant's state of mind as it related to the deceased or his family?
I would ask that it be related to the deceased's family. Because it's not to do with the deceased.
It's kind of well. It's down.
There's 5 more items, Judge.
Let's go through them.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 64D is an email dated 10/26/12. May I approach?
You may.
This email is from Donna Adelson, Wendy Adelson, showing her a list of prospective love interests from the website that Mrs. Adelson has identified as potential matches for Wendy. It's offered to show how controlling Donna Adelson was over her children's lives, how much she inserted herself into their private lives, and again, she likes to be in control of who they date and who they marry.
Response.
Judge, this is not an email from my client to Wendy Adelson. This is an email from Match.com to the email address that my client has. It doesn't say anything, the copy I have at least, doesn't say anything at all about Wendy Adelson.
Okay, I'll replace it with a copy that shows the email heading on the top, Judge. It's my fault.
And this was her forwarding this or actually including some sort of message?
She forwards it. I'm not sure if she included a message. She definitely did on the next one, which is also subject to defense objection. It's State's Exhibit 64I. I'll approach with that as well. Related.
What's the date on that?
What's the date on that, Ms. Kaplan?
1/17/13 is the date on Exhibit 64I.
As to any questioning of Wendy Adelson as the role her mother played in her life, including screening potential romantic interest, that question certainly can be asked, but as to an exception to hearsay, what is being offered concerning this?
The relevance of it, or
Yeah.
the exception to hearsay is it's
Let's
a
go
statement
through
of a
both.
party. Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson was very controlling and micromanaging in her children's lives, particularly in their love lives, which directly relates to the motive for this offense.
Right.
Eliminated Mr. Markel. You get it, you get the idea.
I just can't understand how this would be material to this case in any way, anything that the state has to prove. It's not, we just want to bash her reputation or what she did. They got to prove criminal offenses against her. How does her being on Match.com while she's living with her daughter have anything to do with something the state has to prove here? Nothing.
I believe this once again goes to the issue of motive. I understand the defense's position that you disagree. As to this motion, or excuse me, as to this item, this is you said 64I.
64D and I, Your Honor.
Right. As to whether the defendant in any way possessed a motive concerning Wendy Adelson, or excuse me, as it related to the deceased in controlling who Wendy Adelson may have sought as a romantic interest. Ms. Kappelman, do you have other evidence that's going to tie that to this particular item?
I do have other evidence that Mrs. Adelson, she's on the wire speaking about Wendy's love life and her current love interest and who she wants her to date, and discussing with Charlie Adelson, wanting Charlie to intervene with Wendy and encourage her to date a certain person. So I do think it is a theme that reemerges with other evidence.
Well, as the state of mind and motive, I will permit this evidence to be given over objection. However, as to the foundations for these things, Ms. Kappelman, they'll have to be laid through the appropriate witnesses.
Okay, all of these items came from a search warrant executed on Wendy Adelson's Google account. The next item, Judge, is just a moment to locate this.
I'm loving this back and forth. I love the judge, how fair and impartial he is. He even throws a bone to the defense, even though he's ruling against them.
64W, an email dated June 27th, 13. And the objection in this case relates to the characterization of Judge Hobbs as a, can't find the quote, but something like a Southern black lady. They just were proposing redacting that. Find the page for Your Honor. It's mostly redacted, so. It's page 2 of that email. I'll give you 1 and 2. Second page, 2/3 of the way down in the second paragraph, mention of Judge Hobbs. There's no particular relevance to that characterization of Judge Hobbs, so I just don't think it's prejudicial, so I don't know why we're redacting. Whatever Your Honor thinks on that one, Judge.
Folks.
I believe the jury could take that as in a very derogatory way. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case, that comment. Nothing. Unless there's another motive I don't know about.
If in some way, since we do have 2 jurors of African American descent that would otherwise impute onto the defendant a negative character trait, I will permit the redaction for that reason. Beyond that, the item will be admitted.
Next, Judge, is an email dated April 7th, 2015. I believe what's referenced here is 64HH. Yes, sir. May I approach?
You may.
May I have the other exhibit?
The judge is a little frustrated this was not taken care of pre-trial.
Judge, this email is an email regarding Wendy moving, and the evidence is going to show that she moved from a more secure location to a less secure location, so the relevance is sort of going to have to be developed as the trial goes on, but the idea is that there was no fear for Wendy's safety.
What's the date?
That email is dated
7/15, I believe, is the last date in the chain.
Thank you.
Wacky Wheelers, thank you. Josh
You
is
have to
amazing.
start the foundation with one witness, but enter at a later point. That is certainly appropriate. What is the objection?
Well, Judge, I have a question. The email that I'm looking at that was provided to us on July the 15th, 2014 is to Jeff Lacoste from Wendy Adelson.
I believe these are from David Trafton at MiamiRealEstate.com.
That's not what we were given.
Can I show the exhibit to the defense?
Please do.
As it's already gotten spicy in here, I did open up the wasabi and soybean almonds, and they are delicious and hot. Really tasty. It is getting spicy here in court. Judge making some fair rulings down the line here on these exhibits. All of them coming from Donna Adelson's Google account, possibly emails. All came subsequent to a search warrant served on our Google account. Kelly H. says, this judge is awesome. He is. I'm loving it. This judge should teach other judges how to judge. Amber says, look at the page 5 of the Adelson Canada file for jury seating and details. Camilla Juliana, sorry. Thank you for the male film makeup. Thank you. Appreciate that. I will take a look at that. It will get, well, oh yeah, this is the fight over whether or not it can come in. Wait till it's actually admitted, and the battle over it is going to be great. I'm glad we're all ready to stuff that the defense is objecting to.
Is April 7th, 2015, 4:42 p.m. This is regarding Wendy moving. It had the same security as where she was living with her mother, so less secure. There's nothing in here that indicates that.
I'm going to ask Ms. Adelson about that. My understanding is it is less secure. They're asking lots of questions, but they're not about security. But if they're being actively extorted under threat for their lives, one would expect they would inquire about such a thing.
I'm getting...
They lay the foundation, or at least begin to lay the foundation for that item with when that witness is examined.
I'm getting
Going
alerts.
back to the last trial in this matter, when the intent instruction was given, the intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in the case. Specifically, as counts 2 and count 1 that are charged in the indictment deal with aspects of intent. I'm going to find evidence that demonstrates the defendant's alleged motive, which goes specifically to intent, is admissible. One thing, though, that is starting to trouble me with this, we had many motion hearings in this matter, and we've continued this case several times to handle these matters pre-trial. Why is this coming up now?
Yeah, he's angry.
The exhibit that we were provided with, I went through thoroughly and had all of my objections listed, and then was told that's not correct. It's another binder. It's different emails. The binder I was handed by the state was completely discombobulated, not in date order. It was a train wreck.
As the state's exhibits you're referring to.
That's correct. And so then they provided us with this binder. It appears to maybe still be missing something, but they have a list, an exhibit list, everything laid out by date, by exhibit A, all the sub-exhibit numbers. So that's why, Your Honor.
We're not going to waste the jurors' times. At this point, we're 30 minutes behind where we should have been. Are there any other matters that need to be addressed?
There's one more that I asked for, Judge. It's dated April the 20th of 2016, and it's an email about whether one of the children is sad.
64II, Judge, is an email specifically in which the defendant is claiming that the child cannot be sad about the death of his father. Extremely relevant.
DMD, thank you very much. OG, 31 months. Appreciate you, my friend. This back and forth is great. I am getting alerts about a bus crash in New York with multiple victims, like 50
Probative
victims.
value is outweighed by the undue prejudice, Your Honor.
Just a heads up in that area, if that might be of concern to you. It's up in Genesee County, in New York. believe it's a tour bus that crashed with a full tour bus. So. Also had back-to-back shooters the last 2 days as well. Guys, we need to be better. Just stop doing bad stuff, people. This is some spicy lawyering. I like to see the judge's firmness already early on cracking down on these late motions. He's concerned about the jury, their time.
Compliment again, the purpose this is being offered for is going to motive or state of mind. What is the undue prejudice that the defense is arguing concerning this particular email?
The undue prejudice is what the state is arguing, and they're going to argue to the jury, is that this email says that Donna Adelson said he could not be sad about his father. What she's describing is her time with the child, and she hasn't seen him sad. And it's 2 years after, unfortunately, Mr. Markel was killed.
Ms. Keppelman, if you wish to proffer the testimony from the witness on this, I'll allow you to do so out of the presence of the jury, but this one is seeming a bit attenuated.
That Mrs. Adelson.
In commenting on how the child is sad.
Sure, Judge, but it relates back to the motive and thinking that it wouldn't harm the children. It was going to be good for the children to get rid of their father. Children have no memory prior to this young age that the father was killed. I think it goes to motive, Judge.
That, I'll allow you to set up your foundation within parts if you need to do so. I'll revisit whether this item can be admitted at that point.
Right, sir, there's one item that I've added today in light of the opening statement regarding Mrs. Adelson's use of the Skype to facilitate visitation with the father. It's dated December 18th, 2013. It has been previously provided. It's now marked as State's Exhibit AA.1. While the defense is looking that over, I also have a stipulation of the parties may I approach.
Okay.
This will be the first thing. I'd like to have your honor read this to the jury as soon as they come back in.
Hey, well, thanks for your generosity gifted a membership. Congratulations goes to, I think it was Jinx.
Can you point out those?
Prosecution not getting riled at all during this exchange. Defense seems pretty upset. Prosecution pretty matter of fact throughout the arguments. Love the demeanor that they're presenting.
Sorry, Judge, I
See that
handed
little-
them the wrong thing. I'm going to have to circle back to that.
See the recording light over there on the left?
With that stipulation, we're ready. No other issues.
Right, as to 64, I believe D and I did rule over motion that these can be admitted with a proper foundation. As to I believe that's the item that the state is going to, 64II, I should say, that's the item the state is going to attempt to lay the foundation for as it relates to motive in this matter.
Yes, sir, I found the relevant portion. It reads from Donna to Wendy from Wendy to Donna, dear mom and dad, here is the phone/Skype plan for the holidays, and she's forwarding a Skype plan from Dan Markel. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if we just follow it.
These are all emails.
I don't know what the relevance of that is. Wendy Adelson sending an email to her mother because her mother takes care of the children very frequently and saying, here's the schedule, let's do this. It doesn't say Mrs. Adelson has not done it.
I think it suggests that Mrs. Adelson has not done it, or at least that there's been issues and problems with Skype and facilitating Skype is satisfactory to Mr. Markel. So I would ask to admit it based on the statements made in opening statement by the defense.
Well, the opening statement is not evidence. The jurors are not considered as such. As to any foundation that you wish to lay for that particular item, that it was not previously followed, and now Wendy Adelson sent that item to her mother, you'll need to establish the foundation first before it's offered. Please bring in the jurors.
As the jurors come in, the issue at play here with all these pieces of evidence, these are all things that were obtained through a search warrant of the defendant's Google account.
Offered, the limited instruction will be given.
Thank you.
And defense wants to keep some of them out. It starts to paint the picture of the defendant not liking Dan Markel's family. And so this is laying the foundation. It's the oldest record we have, so the prosecution of any sort of animosity. The judge gave the defense a bone, saying, the first one saying, there's a lot of this isn't relevant. Would you like a stipulation, or should I allow this in? Because there's part that is, and would you like a limited instruction? And the defense should have said, let's limit what they can bring in to, you should only consider this part. Didn't ask for it, so they didn't get it. They didn't know what they were at a loss. We don't know what to say. We still don't like it coming in. Well, it's coming in. Do you want a limited instruction? Crickets. No limited instruction. Bit of a failure there by the defense lawyers. Birdie B, love you all, even greeners. Thank you very much, Birdie. Almost to that year mark.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I trust you had a restful lunch break. Before we resume with the evidence this afternoon, I'm going to read to you a stipulation that has been agreed upon by the parties. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the projectiles contained in State's Exhibits 122 and 123 were examined microscopically by a firearms expert from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and were determined to have been fired from the same revolver. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Craig Isom.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
The witness
Please
surveys
speak
the
loudly
whole
and clearly
courtroom
for the jurors.
as it comes in. Just gets the lay of the land before he walks up.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Craig Isom, C-R-A-I-G I-S-O-M.
How are you employed?
I'm currently retired.
Congratulations. Where did you work when you worked?
Sent to Tallahassee Police Department.
How long were you with the Tallahassee Police Department?
28 and a half years.
Were you assigned to investigate the murder of Dan Markel?
I was.
How long did Dan Markel live after being shot?
I believe my understanding was around approximately 11 hours.
As part of your investigation, were the people closest to the victim interviewed,
Yes.
including his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
When and where did you approach Wendy Adelson?
She was at a restaurant in Tallahassee on Market Street.
What date and time did you approach her at the restaurant?
That was on the day of the shooting, which was July 18th, 2014. July 18th, 2014. It was approximately 2:15 in the afternoon.
All right, so approximately 3 hours and 15 minutes after the shooting?
Approximately, yes.
What did you say when you approached her?
I told her that I needed to discuss something with her in private. She was with 2 other individuals at the table.
2 ladies having lunch?
3 total, yes.
All right. And when you told her that you need to speak with her, were you wearing police insignia? Did you identify yourself as law enforcement?
Immediately before I identified myself and said that I was there for the purpose of speaking with Wendy Adelson.
Okay.
And I had my badge on that was readily identifiable as a police officer.
All right. And did you reassure her that she wasn't in any trouble? Did you?
Yes, I got her to step away from the table she was eating at, approximately 10, 15 feet out of earshot of the other 2 individuals that were sitting at the table. And I told her that I needed to discuss with her something that happened with her ex-husband and that her children were not involved. I reassured her because the children had already been checked on, they were still at the daycare, and they were fine.
As part of this approach of Wendy Adelson, were there any handcuffs involved?
No.
Any Miranda rights read?
No.
Any use of force at all?
No.
She was not detained or under arrest?
No.
At any time did you tell her she was a suspect in anything?
No.
Was she a suspect in anything at that moment?
No.
At any time during your interview, did you do anything that would treat her as a suspect?
No.
In fact, you told her several times in the interview that she was not a suspect, isn't that right?
I did.
Did you ever accuse her of anything?
No.
Did you provide her with a victim advocate?
Yes.
Is that something that your office typically does for next of kin when a tragedy has occurred?
Yes.
Did you allow her to access her phone during the interview?
Yes.
What did you learn about the victim's relationship with his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
They had gone through it and were still fighting in a contentious divorce regarding child custody.
With child custody?
Including child custody.
All right, I'm going to approach with state's demonstrative A. Have you had an opportunity to review this exhibit before today?
Yes.
What is that exhibit?
It's all of the filings from the divorce case between Wendy Adelson and Daniel Markel.
Starting with the petition for divorce and ending at the time of his death, is that right?
Correct.
It's a big binder.
And the filings in here, have you had an opportunity to review them?
Yes.
All right, and did this litigation include arguing over things so petty as a tennis racket?
It did.
Objection, Your Honor. Nothing's been entered into evidence, and we would object to the witness testifying to the contents of the file.
Overruled, the witness may testify concerning his personal knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you, Judge. As part of these proceedings, did Wendy Adelson seek to relocate with the children from Tallahassee to South Florida?
She did.
Did she say why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain the answer to the call for hearsay unless you have an exception.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 60. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
Are those the portion of the divorce filings contained in State's Demonstrative A that can be directly linked to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Meaning she saw those items?
Yes.
Objection, lack of foundation.
I believe that's what Ms. Kappelman is doing right now. Overruled. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
Move into evidence, State 60, Your Honor.
Please approach.
Objection, lack of foundation. I believe that's what she's doing right now. I think we're going to be back here in just a moment. There's a sidebar. Judge actually gets up and walks over, sort of out of view for these sidebars. Maybe we should count objections. We were counting. We're counting this. We're counting the number of judicial jokes because this judge does have a great sense of humor. He uses it at the right time, and during trial, we're not going to see it. So this will be a very low counter, I think, for the entire trial. If you want to switch to count something else, let us know. Oh, the prosecutor is so confident. The witness is so confident. And the judge being so decisive is absolutely great. None of this, I'm going to take it under consideration. Well, let me think about it. Argue it a little more. He's like, nope, here's the way it is. That's what she do. You think we should count that as the? It was factual. There was no snark and there was no laughter, so I'm not going to count that one quite yet. The lady in black there, I believe, is Dan Markel's mother. Is that right? In the center of the screen. So that's Ruth Scott. Okay. We're trying to learn the players in the courtroom. There are family members there, a number of them present, and we're going to see even more. Some will be brought in handcuffs. I'm just saying. It's going to be a very interesting trial. State line reporter behind her. Lots of media representation in this trial for sure. The Markels are Canadian. Curious to hear what Charlie's got to say, especially because the defense appears to be throwing Charlie under the bus and doing the whole pin the tail on the Charlie approach to as far as the guilt in this case. Interesting to see if Charlie says, yep, it was all me, or if he tries to take people down with him now that he's already been convicted. I believe Court TV is the pool photographer outfit for this trial. I recognize the setup. Although there's an item on there I don't know why they have. If you look in the guy in the back corner, he's the guy that's running the video switching. He's not doing the audio, he's running the video switching. And he has mounted on top of his display screen where he has all the cameras visible. He's got an extra monitor that is run separately and independently from the rest of the monitors. And I believe that monitor is filming the sidebars. So that he knows when things are over. But that's not a feed that goes into the switcher. It's not something that we should ever see at all. It helps on the production side so he can see what's going on, know where to go when. Long sidebar here. Maybe he's catching up on his favorite show. So he's good. It's a great setup. This setup, as far as court watching goes, it doesn't get much better than this. We've got multiple angles, pan-tilt zoom cameras that can really look around and follow the action almost anywhere it goes. They're located in areas that are not obscured. We get both looking forward and looking back. Coloring matched, great focus for the most part. It's no complaints on this setup at all. The bus crash in New York is about an hour north of you, says Tim. Mass casualty event, 1 fatality so far, multiple injured parties, helicopters and heavy equipment en route. It was the bus rollover, I believe, with 50-plus victims. So prayers for them. Sloth Life says, I know nothing about this trial. I'm watching completely ignorant other than what I've heard so far today. A true first for me. As long as you heard the openings this morning, I think you should be good. Even if you don't need to do a lot of homework here. The way the prosecution is laying this out, I think it will be easy to follow for a first timer in this whole scenario. Craig is completely comfortable there on the stand. I think Mr. Adelson is right there on that front row behind the tissue box. Isn't that him? Isn't that Donna's husband? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Pretty small courtroom considering it's full, but lots of media. Say it with me, animosity. I corrected after I made the mistake last time. Black jacket, blue shirt, in gallery is Harvey Adelson, Donna's husband. Black jacket, blue shirt. Not this guy, not the guy on the stand, but in the gallery.
Hush! I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
I have to turn these sound effects off. Pam Jam. Having fun here. Has this judge done all the trials or just trial? All of these ones in this, all the family stuff he's handled. He's well versed in this case. Looking to see any faces we might recognize. Looks like they're coming back. Oh, and the jury is stepping out. Are we going to excuse the defendant or are we going to have a proffer? What's going to happen here? Excuse the witness or proffer? If the witness gets excused, then it's a fight with the lawyers.
Please be seated. What's that? You can step down, Mr. Isom. Please step
It's a
outside
legal
the
battle.
courtroom. Sure.
Yeah, I've got to step away for just a second.
All right. At this point, I'm nearing becoming inclined to send the jurors home for the day, as we are wasting a significant amount of time on matters that were either previously litigated or now are still being challenged for reasons that could have been handled out of court. Mr. Zellman, for any item that is being objected to with State 60 that you are claiming has no tie to your client's communications, you need to look through that binder now.
Judge, part of the objection that we're making concerning that is without laying the foundation through a witness with personal knowledge, there is no tie to my client. Anything, and specifically anything post-dissolution, so post-July 31st of 2013 that's in here, there's no evidence.
I heard this argument previously.
Yes.
It has been ruled upon.
Yes.
At this point, if the state has multiple witnesses that the foundation can be laid through, your objection will be noted for the record, but we are going to move on. If you need to look through this binder to match it up with specific communications in which you believe no foundation can be laid, you'll need to take the time. But as far as wasting the jurors' time on this any further today, what else does the defense need to look through concerning these exhibits? Before we leave here today, if we need to go through every single state exhibit to deal with any objections concerning them, we will do so, however long that takes. But we're not going to be wasting the jurors' time.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I step away just in time for Judge Everett to lay down the law for the prosecution and the defense and say, we are not going to be wasting the jurors' time. These objections should have been pre-trial objections. And then threatening, saying, we are not going to leave here today until we're done with all these. You tell us right now what all the objections you failed to make pre-trial, because we're not going to waste this jury's time. Love this judge. That's not a judicial joke, but I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to count it.
Subject to our objection concerning establishing the foundation for proving my client's knowledge, we're ready to proceed.
Concerning that, Ms. Kappelman, between former Detective Isom, Wendy Adelson, or any other witnesses, are you going to be establishing the foundation as to the defendant's knowledge or connection through multiple witnesses?
May I have a moment, please?
Go ahead.
I had not planned to do that. I provided this exhibit to the defense. I had not heard anything about an objection, so I had not planned to go through every single piece of paper with this witness. I can do that, but that is going to take some time. I will need a recess to prepare for that. I do have a list of how each piece of paper is related to the defendant, but this witness isn't prepared to go through every single piece of paper in this exhibit.
Are you requesting for me to send the jurors home for the day?
Whoa. Yes.
No. I think I've complied with the court's ruling, and I'm requesting that the exhibit be admitted pursuant to that, and we move on.
There does have to be a foundation as to the nexus between the defendant's either communications or actions and these pleadings. That was the ruling. For what was provided in discovery.
Is that something that needs to be done in front of the jury, Judge, or is that something we could tie up later and move on right now?
It has to be in front of the jury.
You can tie up later, but it will not be admitted until the foundation is tied up.
Okay, Judge, I think that would be my preference then.
Very well. Please bring the jurors up.
Last admonition.
Please direct Detective Isom to come back in and take the stand. Detective Isom can come back in.
I love this judge. Wow. Wow. This could add days, depending on how much evidence they have. This could add days to the trial, depending on how much foundation the judge will require them to lay for each document, or if it can be laid like all at once. Nice Yeti cup there. He's no nonsense, but I'm counting. I'm counting that. I should say judicial antics counter. Judge laying down the law is worth something. We have to count it somewhere. Which side did the naughty? The defense is late on their objection. The state has not laid the foundation. They just thought they'd admit it. So they're
You
both
may
sort of
continue
in the wrong.
your examination, Ms. Kappelman.
Thank you, Judge.
Prosecution might have to reserve this witness for later for recall as well. I've followed developments today, but right now we're watching Donna Adelson. So we're sort of focused on that. Ooh, you've got mail. So far, the jury will be here till 5:30.
Approach with State's Exhibit 64. Do you recognize State's 54?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
These are the emails, I believe.
Detective, we're going to need more than just these are the emails. These are whose emails, where were they obtained, what was the email address, how were they obtained?
I believe these are from Wendy Adelson's computer.
Was a search warrant issued to Wendy Adelson's Google account?
Yes.
And did we receive emails subject to that search warrant?
Yes.
And does State's Exhibit 64 contain fair and accurate copies of emails between Wendy Adelson and Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And if you'll turn to the yellow tab there. In particular, are you familiar with this email? And for the record, Judge, this is tab AA.
This is... Yes.
Is that an email that was sent from Wendy Adelson to Donna Adelson? On the bottom.
This is from Donna.
Well, okay. It starts out as something from Danny, right?
Right. Dan sends this email to Wendy.
Okay.
And it's
what is,
CC'd to another individual.
okay. And what does Wendy do with it?
She forwarded it to her mother.
Okay. And is the content of the email related to what we referred to as the grandma motion?
Yes.
What is the grandma motion?
This is where Dan Markel...
What is the objection?
First of all, lack of foundation, and it's hearsay at this point.
Overruled as to lack of foundation. The investigator may testify as to his personal knowledge of the investigation. Concerning hearsay, Ms. Kappelman.
What's the exception? There isn't one.
Did Mrs. Adelson respond to this email?
Your Honor, gonna object again. Mrs.
One
Adelson.
moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to take it, right?
Everyone scrambles to get to their feet. Okay, we're going to see a new side of the judge. He's turning it up. He was at 8 before. I think he's going to go to a 10 here. Someone's about to get a whooping.
Investigator Isom, if you could step down, please, sir.
Out you go, sir. You're getting your steps today. Prosecution's huddling. The judge is not giving the prosecution a free pass. He's forcing them to do what's legally required to admit evidence. Mr. Isom gets to do his entrance walk to music in his head one more time in just a moment.
So, not to sound like a broken record, but that part where the jurors need to go home so the issues concerning these documents can be worked through, concerning that, Mr. Zellman, what is your position?
Judge, I've said all along.
I know what your argument is, but as to the items the state is seeking to admit today, are there going to be more challenges of this nature? If you have objections, I will rule on them. But we're not going to waste the jurors' time.
Judge, as to 64AA, my client and her husband shared an email address. There's no evidence as to who sent the response that the state is trying to get to.
That's not the question.
How many parts of 64 is the defense objecting to? Cabinet, concerning AA, does the foundation need to be laid amongst multiple witnesses, or is Detective Isom capable of doing this?
As far as to whom the email address belonged, that will have to be tied up with Wendy Adelson.
Very well. Is there any other parts of Exhibit 64 that need to be dealt with now while the jurors are out of the room? Please look through it.
That is an order. Okay, we need to rename the counter, first of all. This judge is amazing. Judge Justice counter? I don't know. Just he's laying down the law. Just maybe just say gavel time, and that could include jokes and all this.
Just AA, Your Honor.
Are there any other exhibits that pertain to Detective Isom that need to be dealt with while the jurors are out of the room?
Would you like to know what items I intend to introduce, Judge, through him?
Yes. Please, so we can handle these objections now, and there will not be a constant back and forth where the jurors need to leave the room.
Okay, so let's crank up the
Exhibit
counter
55.
here.
I think we stipulated for that.
Well, 60 is the divorce excerpts, which again, we're going to deal with separately. The email, 64, my understanding is we're going to deal with AA, and then the rest of it is going to come into evidence with this witness at this time. 65, Mr. Rivera's ticket, which is certified. 66, Garcia's ticket, which is certified. 67, Save Gas records with certification. 68, Adelson Institute records with certification.
Law and laughter again. I like
objections
that.
by the defense that need to be handled out of the presence of the jury concerning these items?
No, Your Honor.
There's a couple more, Judge.
Go ahead.
89 Premiere video clips, 90 bus video clips. 119 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from Premiere, and 120 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from the bus.
No objections to those, Your Honor.
Please bring back in the detective.
All right, red pen, I think you're right. I'll make the final change here to the counter. There we go. Law and laughs counter it is. Did I spell everything right? Yeah, I did okay. When the judge lays down the law or lays down an epic one-liner, we're going to count it. If he shuts down an argument on motion.
As to AA, whichever portion of the foundation you're capable of laying with the detective, you can at least start it with that. As to the rest of it, you can seek to admit it if the foundation can be laid without it, or without any other witnesses.
See if the witness does his grand entrance again, or if his swagger is toned down. Judge is cracking his knuckles. This means he means business. I'm putting cracking the knuckles on there as well. That takes it up to a 7. The judge makes a threat and then cracks his knuckles. He means business. We're on day 1, you guys. We're on day 1. We have incarcerated witnesses. We have hostile witnesses. We have immunity deals for witnesses. This is going to be an epic trial. I hope you don't have anything scheduled for the next few weeks.
Please bring back in the jurors.
Yeah, now he just walks up. No swagger. Palo, you're going to have to develop some communicable disease that will require you to stay home with your TV. This is good news for the jury, though. The jury has no choice. They have to be here. They didn't ask to be here. A judge that is concerned about the time they spend away from home, I like that. Some judges seem to get jaded and just like expect the jury. It's like, well, it's your job. It's your civic duty. Buck up. But it's still a sacrifice for many people, and there's a hardship involved. Sometimes it might not be rise to the level to require them to be excused, but this is not what they had planned to do. Chuck E. Cheese is going to visit him in a little bit. I think a week or 2 after this trial, I think the Chuck E. Cheese thing comes up. I hope that's televised as well. By that, I talk about a case where a guy who was in the Chuck E. Cheese costume was arrested. I think it was for stealing credit card numbers or something. But this judge has that case on his docket. There's a video out there of Chuck E. Cheese being let out of Chuck E. Cheese in handcuffs, mouse head and all. The mouse will plead out. The jury thought they had a bathroom break, and now everyone's in line. I hold my computer much like that lady in orange does. I whisper sweet nothings to it as well. I love technology. Fun fact, these Tascam headsets that look really cool that everyone has on their desk, it's set up for Sidebar, but they're not being used yet in this trial. They're actually pretty cheap headsets. I'm not a big fan. The judge has a little headphone splitter up there near his desk where he can adjust volume for different people's headsets. But they might use them. We'll see. Judge may apologize to the jury.
Everyone can be seated. You may continue with your examination of Mr. Isom as it relates to the foundation.
Mr. Isom, you, I believe, previously indicated that you reviewed the divorce file as part of your investigation.
Yes.
And that's the court file.
Yes.
All right. And as part of your investigation, did you review the emails that were subject to Wendy Adelson's Google search warrant?
Yes.
And in those emails, was there an email in which the contents of, well, let me ask you first about the motion. Did you review a motion where Dan Markel was seeking to restrict Donna Adelson's access to the children?
Yes, I did.
All right. And that motion was filed with the court?
Yes.
It was pending at the time of his death?
Yes.
And did you find in the emails any evidence that the contents of that motion were sent to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And is that tab AA of State's Exhibit 64?
Yes.
And are the contents of that email substantially similar to the allegations made in the court filing?
Substantially, yes.
Okay.
There's a foundation.
And what is the gist of what it is that Dan Markel is requesting?
He does not want Donna Adelson to have unsupervised contact with his children.
Why not?
Because of the statements that are made in here and that was shown in the court filing, that the children reflected that Grandma says you're stupid, Grandma says she hates you.
And
Judge, Isom, please do not read from any document that has not been admitted.
at this time, Judge, I would ask to admit State's Exhibit 64.
All parts or just the part that does not include AA?
Subject to tying up AA, I would seek to admit the whole thing.
States 64, any objection?
Just the objection previously made, Your Honor.
Concerning States 64, it will be admitted except for Part AA and any later foundation that needs to be addressed.
Did, in your review of these emails contained in State's Exhibit 64, the defendant, Donna Adelson, use any strong language against Dan Markel?
Yes.
Did she call him any names?
Yes.
Here we go.
I would ask you to review State's Exhibit 64, tab DD.
Plug your ears.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What email is that?
This is from Donna to Wendy.
And does she call Dan any names in that email?
She calls him Elvis.
How about asshole?
I know it's in here.
Take your time.
There's a meme and a joke to be made here, but I can't make it. He's searching for it, though. He laughs. Huh. That look.
Have you ever seen an email where she called him an asshole?
I've seen an email, but I don't see it here.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Tab M, please.
Emma?
M as in Mike.
M.
Did she, who, I guess tell us who it's to, who it's from, and the date, please.
It's from Donna to Wendy, March 6th, 2013.
Does she call Dan Markel any names in that email?
Yes, she does.
What names does she call him?
In this particular email, after the first paragraph, it says that she calls him a major fucker.
Please refer to tab Q, a May 3rd of 13 email.
Yes,
Does that email, is it from Donna to Wendy?
it is.
And does it reference Wendy's relocation efforts?
Yes,
Does it indicate that Wendy's relocation efforts are extremely important to Donna Adelson?
yes,
Please reference tab V as in Victor, a June 25th email. Are you familiar with the court filing in which relocation was denied?
yes,
Do you know on which date relocation was denied?
June 20th, 2013.
So this is email on tab V as in Victor. Is it 5 days after relocation was denied?
It is June 26th, 2013.
Does Donna Adelson, the defendant, propose another plan to facilitate relocation in light of the court's ruling?
Yes,
So this is done after the court's ruling,
correct.
and relocation is still being discussed.
Yes,
Okay, what does she suggest?
she suggests that the children between Wendy and Dan start attending, or her at least the ruse of them going to a Christian church or a Catholic church.
And to take pictures of it and send it to Dan Markel, right?
Yes,
To strong arm him into agreeing to the relocation, right?
correct, coercion.
Did Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, suggest a bribe to Dan Markel to cause him to allow these kids to be moved to South Florida?
Yes,
Draw your attention to tab W. What is the proposal in reference to this bribe?
$1 million.
$1 million.
Yes,
Okay?
It's a lot of dollars.
Were there any death benefits, any monies that were to be gained from the death of Dan Markel?
yes,
Did he have a life insurance policy?
he did.
What was the amount of the life insurance policy?
One of them was for $2 million.
And a second one for $60,000?
$60,000 from a second one through the law school.
Were there any survivor benefits for these kids in the event of Dan's death?
There was.
What are those?
$4,800 a month.
Who gets that money for the disbursement of the kids?
Wendy Adelson.
What about through his employment at FSU Law School? Did he have a pension there?
Got a pension, a deferred comp, 401k.
And an estate worth some money, right?
Yeah, approximately $300,000.
What was the total value of Mr. Markel's estate?
$2.7 million.
As part of your investigation, did you attempt to establish a timeline of the victim's activities prior to his murder?
Yes.
What did he do that day?
At 8:50 a.m., he dropped off his children at the preschool daycare on West Tharp Street. From there, he proceeded to go back across town to Premier Fitness Gym off of Village Square Boulevard.
Was there any surveillance at the gym?
Yes,
And was that collected by law enforcement?
it was.
All right. Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence, State's Exhibit 119, a thumb drive containing the surveillance collected from Premier Gym.
Any objection? There you are. States 119 is admitted.
And was the raw data or surveillance video collected from the gym compiled in a way that shows what it is we're looking for concerning Mr. Markel?
That's correct, yes.
Was that done in State's Exhibit 89?
I believe so.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence, State's 89.
Any objection? There you are. States 89 is admitted.
Were you able to see on this gym surveillance video Mr. Markel's vehicle enter the parking lot of the gym?
Yes.
At what time does he enter the parking lot of the gym?
I believe it was
9:11 sound right?
9:11, yes.
And we're talking about AM, so you said he dropped the kids off at 8:50 and he arrives at the gym at 9:11?
8:50 a.m. is when he dropped the children off, and he signed them in at the daycare. And then at 9:11 is when you see his car enter the parking lot at Premier, all on July 18th, 2014.
And were you able to see anything sinister about the parking lot of Premier Gym on the morning of Mr. Markel's shooting?
Following Markel's car entering the lot, a short time later, a vehicle enters the lot that is similar in description from the next door witness, Mr. Geiger.
Wendy's in the hallway outside the courtroom waiting to be called in as a witness.
What does the suspect vehicle do when Mr. Markel enters the gym?
It parks, and no one gets out of the car.
How long does the suspect vehicle stay there while Mr. Markel's in the gym?
I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it's quite some time that the whole time he's in the gym, and even after he comes out, gets back in his car and leaves. That's when the car leaves at the same time.
All right, so the whole time he's in the gym doing his workout, this suspect Prius is in the parking lot.
Correct.
And when he comes out to leave and gets in his vehicle, what happens with the Prius then?
The Prius follows.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 89. I'm sorry, I have introduced it. I'm asking to publish it at this time.
Publish.
Thank you.
There's the video. Lots of trees. Can't see a ton.
Is this black vehicle Mr. Markel's vehicle?
Yes, it's a black Honda four-door.
I think we just restarted it. So he pulls in and parks. Nothing down here in the corner to see.
Same car?
Different angle.
And that's Mr. Markel parking right there behind the flagpole.
That's correct.
What is this vehicle?
Somebody needs to prune the trees.
Will be the suspect vehicle,
And
green
is
Prius.
Okay, consistent with the description given by Mr. Geiger.
He said a light colored or silverish, and the car color is a silver pine mica.
Who's that in the blue circle?
That's Mr. Markel exiting his vehicle.
That's him in the red shirt?
That's correct.
Can I have my water, please?
It's Mr. Markel entering Premier's main doors.
Health and Fitness Center. Got a lot of security cameras. So I'll scan the card, boom, in the go.
What do we see in this image?
I'm sorry.
What do we see in this portion of the tape?
That's the suspect vehicle, the Prius, driving through the parking lot.
At this point, is Mr. Markel inside the gym?
He's inside, yes. This is still in the front section where the car went from right to left.
This is still part of the Premier Gym parking lot?
Correct, yes. It's just the opposite, camera facing the opposite direction. And this is the car reversing course coming back towards the front doors.
Looking for a spot with a view where they can monitor all the happenings and that car that's leaving. Whoa.
Yep.
They just about got hit.
Okay, now what's the time on the video here?
I can't read 10:30. I think it says 10:38.
Is this Mr. Markel exiting the gym at this
He's
point?
exiting the Premier, the same door he came in.
33.
I'm sorry, it's 10:33 on the timestamp.
Thank you.
Exits the building.
That's Mr. Markel making his way to the parking lot where his car is parked.
Don't think that yellow car was there before, was it? It's a new one.
Once he gets in the car, does he sit there a few minutes, or is that at the front end?
I'm sorry?
Does he sit in his car for a few minutes at one point?
Just a short period of time. Then his car starts backing up.
Where's that?
That's him exiting.
And will we see the suspect vehicle pull out
It's coming
behind
from the
him?
back side. See it?
Moving pretty quick. They don't want to lose him.
Same suspect vehicle following the direction of Markel's car.
All right, and it exits the parking lot at 10:39 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And based on what would be the logical route from here to Mr. Markel's home, did you try to get some additional surveillance to see if you could catch the suspect vehicle any further?
Yes.
What was that?
That was the location was the business. No, I'm sorry, it was a bus video off of a bus at McClay Commerce Boulevard and Thomasville Road.
All right. And were you able to actually find some bus video from both before and after the shooting of the suspect vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And were those the raw data that you collected from the bus compiled into clips similar to what we saw on the gym video?
That's correct.
All right, Judge, at this time I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 120, a thumb drive containing the bus raw data, and State's Exhibit 90, a disc containing the bus video clips.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 90 and 120 are admitted.
Permission to publish States 90.
You may.
All right, if you can pause it for just a minute. Can you orient us? Is this the McClay Commerce?
Yes, this is the bus is pointing east. So just beyond that circle is where the flyover starts. If you're going southbound, you can take the flyover to get on Capitol Circle after you pass McClay Gardens and everything. So this car is on Thomasville Road, not the flyover, and it is going southbound.
All right, and this camera is mounted on the bus. That's how we were able to get this image?
Correct.
Okay.
This is a city bus.
Continue, please. And the time on this, 10:44 a.m., is that right?
That 85 degrees.
And what is this orange circle?
This is the Prius going the same direction as Markel's car southbound on Thomasville Road.
That's orientation of the bus. It's not the temperature outside.
Okay, now where are we?
198 degrees.
This is southbound on Thomasville. We've gone underneath the I-10 overpass, and we're at Metropolitan Boulevard, and the bus just so happens to pull up right behind the Prius.
Based on the image in this exhibit right here, were you able to deduce the tag number of the Prius?
No.
That would have saved you a lot of trouble, wouldn't it?
Of time, yes.
Crappy camera.
The video could not be enhanced anymore.
Garbage in, garbage out, right? Upgrade your cameras. Wendy does have...
evidence suggest that Markel had already gone on through past this traffic light?
Correct, because this car was behind Markel's car. So he must have beat the light or got through the intersection before this car.
That Prius is hauling. He's out of here. Beat those two Suburbans. Wendy does have what's called derivative use immunity for her testimony. I think that'll be explained a little bit.
Okay, now can you orient us?
I believe we're now at Thomasville Road, southbound at Benton, And that circle was the Prius in the left turn lane to go from Thomasville eastbound on Benton Road.
And is that the way to Mr. Markel's residence?
Not this time. He turned beforehand, we found out later on.
We found out later that Mr. Markel turned later on.
Yes,
But this is the
car
way
turned.
the suspect vehicle goes.
Right, he turns left.
Okay, can you get to Mr. Markel's residence from Benton Road?
Yes.
The way he turned?
Yes.
All right, now, can you back it up, please? So the last time we see the suspect vehicle turning off Thomasville onto Benton Road is what time? Hit play, please.
10:51.
Okay. And what time does our, pause it please, what time does our 911 call come in?
11:02 a.m.
Okay, so he was killed between 10:51 and 11:02.
Well, we narrowed it down even more than that. But,
Okay. Tell me how you narrowed it down further.
well,
than
this bus now, this is a different bus. Same city bus group, but this is a totally different bus. It's northbound on Thomasville Road. So based on the time, this bus is northbound, the shooting has already happened. And you'll see that the Prius catches up in the same lane as that black vehicle there next to the bus at 10:55, I believe. 10:55. Here it comes.
So that helps you narrow it down to what as the time of death?
10:50. Well, at 10:51, he's in the Prius is in the turn lane. At 10:55, they've already left Trescott and they're northbound towards I-10.
Okay, and you say they. Why do you say they?
Well, here shortly you'll see what appears to be two different individuals in the front seat of this car.
See something white moving around in the passenger seat?
Yeah, the white shirt, the person in that side of the car seems extremely animated, excited. And the other side, the best view that I've ever gotten is someone's in a black, solid black shirt or upper top.
All right, and this is a slowed down version to try to get a better look at those occupants. All right, what are these orange circles indicating?
These are characteristics of this car that we found to be unique. The passenger side mirror is solid black. These cars have, when they come new, the mirror is the same color as the car, the mirror casing on the outside. This one's been replaced, it appears, because it's black. The circle in the middle, the top of the windshield, that appears to be a sun pass or toll type pass activator.
RFID.
And then the
pass.
lower bumper circle, that's where a tow hook can be threaded in for towing purposes, but otherwise it has a cap over it, and the cap is missing.
Were you able to deduce anything about the year of the Toyota Prius?
Based on the research that we did through Toyota, this was established to be a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius, and the color, as I said before, was silver pine mica.
All right, is it fair to characterize your investigation as having kind of two different veins at this point? We're looking at motive over here and we're looking at the Prius over here.
Correct.
Okay, and you mentioned the SunPass transponder, so we know this Prius, I'm assuming it's not the only silver pine mica Prius between 06 and 09 in the state.
Correct.
All right, so what do we do to try to track down the SunPass transponder?
I contacted Florida Department of Transportation, who administers the SunPass, and wanted to find out, what's the likelihood of that kind of car having a SunPass, and I was overwhelmed with, there was thousands. So that wasn't narrowing down anything very quick.
At that time, was SunPass more affiliated with South Florida, or did pretty much everybody in Tallahassee have one?
No, south and central, anything Orlando south for the most part.
Okay. Did you have any indication based on the surveillance video available as to where the vehicle went after it fled from Markel's residence?
I just know that right here it's going northbound towards I-10 from Thomasville.
All right. Let's watch to the end.
This intersection is Armistead, so this is north of Benton, heading back towards I-10.
Was any cell phone analysis worked on in this case?
Excuse me?
Cell phone analysis.
Yes.
Who performed the cell phone analysis?
Sergeant Corbett.
Okay, and is that something that was going on simultaneously as you doing this SunPass?
That's correct.
Thing? Okay. And did Corbett's work include trying to look for phones of interest traveling in the areas that we know where you found our suspect vehicle?
That and Premier Jim.
And we will talk to Sergeant Corbett later, but based on his analysis, did you have an idea or develop an idea of the route that your suspects may have taken?
Yes.
All right, and what did you do to follow up on that?
Well, initially, because of our large expanse of cars, we started looking for South Florida at any cars going through the interchange southbound at Wildwood, where you get on the turnpike from I-75. That was a bust. It was way too many. We couldn't find anything that was concrete. So once the phone analysis was done, we had a better idea that there was one particular number, and tracking that went southbound on I-75 all the way to Naples, and then crossing over on Alligator Alley, which is still I-75, from west to east, from Naples to Broward County.
And once you learned that it was actually this other route than what you would expect, were you able to do anything in reference to the toll plazas and the SunPass transponder that you weren't able to do previously?
That's correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
Once we had that established, then I contacted the SunPass administrators again at Department of Transportation. And I explained to them what I had. I said, we got a Prius, a 2006 to 2009, Silver Pine Mica, not that they had that in the records. I says, but we have them going through approximately this toll plaza in Naples, going westbound. And once I gave them that and the time, within a couple minutes of when they would have gone through, they showed an activation with a transponder from the windshield at that toll plaza in Naples in Collier County, and there was only one Prius, and that's what we determined, that it was going back to South Florida and cutting across Alligator Alley.
All right, and were you able to backtrack and find the toll plaza record or SunPass record of the vehicle coming to Tallahassee as well?
Correct. On the 16th of July, that same transponder, we're talking about the sticker on the windshield, that same transponder went through from Broward County, West Broward County, through the other end of the toll plaza. There's one on each end. There's nothing in the middle. But one going eastbound, that same transponder on the 16th of July cut across Alligator Alley and then presumably went up 75, which the phone records will show that, and then the return trip was the first one we found.
And did that help you identify the particular SunPass transponder by like an identification number?
Yes.
And is a particular SunPass transponder affiliated with a particular vehicle through some type of SunPass record?
Yes, it shows the customer who purchased the SunPass, and they submit what kind of vehicle it is, the tag number, in case the SunPass, the transponder doesn't work, they could still use their credit because it'll take a picture of the tag.
All right, so what did you learn about the suspect vehicle at this time from the SunPass stuff?
It was a rental. It was a rental from a Miami car rental place called Save Gas.
Okay. Did law enforcement go to Save Gas in Miami?
Yes.
Was there any documentation discovered at that business related to the rental of this vehicle?
There was.
67. I'm going to approach and show you what I marked as state 67. Recognize state 67?
Yes.
Okay, is that the rental contract that you found at the Save Gas related to your suspect vehicle?
That's correct.
All right. Is it a fair and accurate copy of that exhibit or that document? Okay, moving to evidence state 67, Your Honor.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. State 67 is admitted.
Permission to publish 67.
You may.
And what did we learn about the people that rented the car from this state 67? Not on there?
According to this document, Luis Rivera, Normandy Drive in Miami, is the one that rented this car.
And did he provide a phone number for himself?
Yes.
Is that the number listed right here?
Yes.
Okay. And any other drivers listed on the contract?
No driver listed there, but up in the top, you see the word brother and a phone number that became significant.
All right. And whose phone number were you able to associate? Who were you able to associate this phone number with? The brother.
Sigfredo Garcia.
When was this vehicle rented?
This on the 16th of July. I'm sorry, this shows 15th. 15th of July.
Okay. And when was it due back?
It was due back on the 17th of July.
Didn't go back on the 17th though?
No, I don't believe it got back till the 21st.
Okay. Approach and show you what I'm marking as state 65. Recognize state 65?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a traffic citation that we discovered Luis Rivera received on I-75.
On I-75 on the way to Tallahassee in the Prius?
No, it was a different car. This was on a different. This was dated June 4th.
I'm sorry, I've showed you the wrong thing.
little oopsie from the prosecutor with the wrong exhibit.
We'll have to circle back to that. All right, let me ask you about phone. You mentioned that Sergeant Corbett was working on the phone records. I'm going to approach and show you what I marked as State's Exhibit 55. You recognize this exhibit?
I do.
It's this sort of an org chart of all the folks whose phone records we collected in this case, or many of them.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
And by stipulation, Judge, these phone numbers have been associated with the folks on the chart, so I'd ask to move into evidence States 55.
The defense is stipulated.
Yes, no objection to the publishing.
55 is admitted at this time.
States 55. Okay, well, we'll work on that too.
Uh-oh. Wheels are coming off. It is Friday. We're still about 2 hours before the jury was expected to be done. There we go. Got some pictures here. Got the family tree, or at least the connections here between Donna, Harvey,
All
the
right.
children Dan,
Now,
Wendy.
Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, those are the two subjects that you establish as being in the Prius. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And these are their phone numbers that have been associated with them listed beneath them.
Correct.
And we've got two different numbers for Luis Rivera. Is that right?
Rivera had two separate numbers, but his main one was the 570 that was on the rental contract.
All right. And the nicknames that are shown there, are those the nicknames that those two go by?
Correct. Tuto and Tato.
Tuto and Tato.
Correct.
Okay.
And we give out all the phone numbers. Sorry about that.
Were you able to establish any link through people between the two that came in the Prius and the Adelson family?
No.
Okay. Were you able to establish any type, did you develop a theory or any evidence as to why these two people came to Tallahassee to murder Dan Markel?
Well, eventually we learned that the female, Catherine Magbanua, was the mother of Sigfredo Garcia's children and considered each other spouses, to my best understanding.
Okay, and
at
did
the
she
same
have...
time,
Go ahead.
same time, we also found out that she had been dating and in a relationship with Charlie Adelson.
All right, so initially, was there any connection between these two guys from Miami and Dan Markel?
None.
All right, so this was the connection that was established, turned out to be Catherine Magbanua.
The only connection we could find.
Okay, and was that done through phone records and ultimately other communication records and testimony?
That's correct.
Okay.
I think this can go unsaid,
Did you,
but please don't
as
call
a
anyone
result of
in the trial.
developing Catherine Magbanua as a potential suspect, investigate her at all?
Yes.
All right, and did that include an investigation into her employment?
That's correct.
What was her employment status around the time of this murder?
At the time of the murder, I believe she worked at another dental office somewhere, but post-murder, she started receiving compensation from the Adelson Institute.
What is the Adelson Institute?
It's a dental practice, according to online information. operated by Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
Okay, and were the two of them dentists?
Yes, I believe Charlie is recognized as a periodontist.
Did you come to learn what Donna Adelson's role, if any, was in that business?
Yes, she was clerical and kept books for the business.
See the.
Did you attempt to procure some employment records from the Adelson Institute to verify Ms. Magbanowa's employment?
We did.
All right, tell us about that.
Myself and Special Agent Sanford from the FBI went to the office, physically to the office in Broward County, in Tamarack, and served a subpoena seeking records for the employment of Catherine Magbanowa, and we received nothing at the initial time. Later on, the best I could get from, I believe it was an attorney that represented that dental office, just a list of checks that were paid checks from the Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanowa, but no W-2, no responsibility forms, nothing that showed what she actually did as being employed at that institute.
What was it, regular business hours when you entered there physically?
Yes.
Was Ms. Magbanowa present when you entered the building?
No.
Did the employees that you have contact with seem to know who she was or what it was that she did there?
The initial person that I spoke to at the desk, at the front desk, she had no idea who this person was, who Magbanowa was. The other person that came up to the front, she said she knew the name, but did not know what her responsibilities were with the company.
And the person that knew the name, who is that?
Erica Johnson, I believe.
And I'm going to approach and show you 68. Recognize 68?
Yes, this is all I received as far as any type of records for Magbanowa and her relationship with the Adelson Institute.
All right. And did the records include any job description for Ms. Magbanowa?
No.
Any employment application?
No.
Schedule?
No.
Timesheet?
Nope.
W-2 forms or tax filing records?
Nope.
Any performance evaluations?
None.
So only the checks?
Only the checks.
According to those checks, during what period of time was Catherine Magbanowa on the Adelson Institute payroll?
From September of 2014 all the way, this particular one shows March of 2016, but I believe it goes further than that into May 2016.
All right. So it starts shortly after the homicide, about 2 months?
Yes. Actually, the homicide happened July 18th, and the first check was dated September 18th.
For what pay period?
I don't see the pay period on this one.
But presumably she'd be paid for a pay period that had
2 weeks
concluded.
Okay. According to the way this is laid out.
All right, and we are going to learn more about the bump or the undercover operation, but is it fair to say the checks terminated shortly after the undercover operation in 2016?
Yes.
The bump.
Did you notice in your review of that exhibit, the documents provided by the Adelson Institute, that some of those check numbers were consecutive?
Yes, I did.
Who signed those checks?
Donna Adelson.
All of them?
Every one.
Were you ever able to develop any evidence that Magbanowa was physically going to the Adelson Institute during these pay periods?
Never.
Any evidence that she performed some service off-site for that business?
nothing was established that showed that.
Any evidence of any contact with any patients?
No,
And you were, we'll learn later, listening to some of her phone calls, right?
that's correct.
When was Catherine McBanois arrested for her role in this murder?
October 1, 2016,
Were you present for her arrest?
I was.
And was she allowed to contact her lawyer from the arrest scene?
Yes,
Did you speak to her attorney as well?
I did.
Who was her attorney?
Tara Kawas.
What happened after that phone call?
After Ms. McBanois was placed into a car for transport to the Broward County Jail, way less than 20 minutes later, I received a phone call on my phone.
Because lack of relevance, he's about to testify to something that has nothing to do with my client.
No disputed objections. Ms. Kappelman, please lay the foundation as to this matter in this trial.
Co-conspirator statement, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
So, so let me back up. So, while Ms. McBanois was detained on scene, where she was arrested in the daytime, daylight hours, she was allowed to place a call to her attorney. She spoke to her attorney. I spoke to her attorney, and I asked that Ms. Kawas, the attorney representing her at the time, that she contact her client, McBanois, at the Broward County Jail, and if in fact she wanted to cooperate with the investigation, to call me back.
So you were interested in getting information from Ms. McBanois?
Correct.
Information about the other parties involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I mean by cooperation is if she wanted to provide testimony about other players in this. And so I told Ms. Kawas, if you'll talk to your client, obviously out of my presence, and if she decides to cooperate, call me back and I will go to the Broward County Jail and meet.
And did that happen?
No.
What happened instead?
Well, like I said, within less than 20 minutes from that conversation, I received a phone call from a gentleman that identified himself as David Marcus. Instead, he was an attorney representing Charlie Adelson. And he asked that if Charlie Adelson was to be arrested, if I would just contact him.
My renewed objection, there's relevance, and this is not co-conspirator admission.
Specifically as a co-conspirator aspect, Ms. Kappelman, you need to keep the examination focused on that. Members of the jury, as to the last objection, I will sustain it. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
So you speak to Kawas, and your next phone call is from Charlie's lawyer?
Correct.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
All right, first time we get some cross, really, of any substance. Rare win for the defense on the sustained objection. On relevance.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so at the time of this investigation, when it began, how long had you been with the Tallahassee Police Department?
25 years.
You'd spent vast majority of your career as an investigator detective.
No, I probably spent most of my career as a street officer.
Okay. At the time of this, how long had you been a detective?
6 years.
And you continued to be the lead for Tallahassee Police Department on this investigation until your retirement, correct?
Correct.
Now, It's important when you're conducting an investigation, especially a homicide investigation, for you to be thorough, correct?
Yes.
You don't want to leave essentially any stone unturned.
Yes.
Obviously within reason.
Yes.
You talked about your agency beginning to obtain cellular phone records of the Adelson family pretty early on, correct?
Mm,
You started getting them in July?
yes.
Okay. And you learned that Wendy Adelson's parents, my client and her husband, lived in Miami, correct?
I believe at the time it was Coral Springs, but
They had a place on Miami Beach?
well, I know that they ended up at Miami Beach. I don't recall at the time of the homicide if they were living on Miami Beach.
Okay. But you knew that they were in South Florida?
South Florida is correct.
Okay. And so as your investigation continued and you started looking into, you made the connection between the two individuals who drove up here, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. You made that connection to Catherine Magbanoa, correct?
Right.
And you made that connection to Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And then you see these large cash deposits into Katie Magbanoa, or you see Katie Magbanoa's unemployment status.
Right.
She's still paying her bills in South Florida.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned that you contacted the SunPass Authority.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, you'd already made a connection between the investigation and the Adelson family at this point, pretty quickly.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, well, over a couple years. By the time June of 2016 comes, comes about, you've already made that connection.
Oh, yes. By that time, yes.
Okay. And you contacted the SunPass Authority for my client's SunPass records, correct?
No.
No, you didn't. Did you contact the Turnpike Authority for construction records for the Turnpike?
Construction records?
Yes.
No.
What about for I-95 or 595?
To my knowledge, there is no, and I believe I established that with the FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation, that there was no toll system on 95.
Okay. I was asked about construction records on 95.
I did not inquire about construction records.
What about accident records?
Accident records?
Yeah.
No.
What are these questions?
Isn't it true that my client and her husband shared an email address?
I believe they did.
You learned that during your investigation. In fact, I think Wendy said that, didn't she? In her interview with you?
I don't recall whether she said it.
Where is... Do you have 64 up here still?
Why do you want to know about construction records for the freeway? It's like, hey, you're looking for a murderer. Did you research how they built the freeway? No. Guess a question is better than no questions. Wendy is out in the hallway waiting. Possibly will be a witness today if we can get through this one.
Mr. Isom, you identified emails that are contained in State's Exhibit 64, correct?
Yes.
And according to your testimony, these are emails between my client and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
Let's see. And in some of these emails, my client called Danny Markel bad names.
Yes.
She never actually said she hated him, did she, in any of these emails?
That came through the grandchildren.
Okay.
That came through the grandchildren.
At the time, the grandchildren were 3 and 4.
I don't recall the age. They were young.
That age where they have no filter
And
and
you
they say
also
what they hear.
testified about a bribe. You are not a family law attorney, are you?
No.
Okay. And you have no idea whether or not it's permitted for one party to offer any sort of financial incentive to another party when it comes to relocation.
That's not in my realm.
And you also testified about Mr. Markel's life insurance policy, pension, and you said that those funds went to his children with Wendy as a custodian?
Some of them, and some of them was Dan Markel's sister as the custodian.
Okay. Did my client receive any financial benefit in the form of Danny's life insurance, his pension, or anything else?
Not that I could tell.
Going back to those emails, especially the one the state highlighted concerning the Catholic Church and dressing the kids up, Wendy didn't take those suggestions, did she?
No.
You testified just now concerning your attempt to obtain employment records for Miss Magbanowa from the Adelson Institute. It's a small business, right?
It appeared to be.
Just a handful of employees?
Yeah, there was only 2 there at the time.
You don't know whether or not any of the employees had a written job description?
No, I do not know that.
You don't know if any of the employees' files had evaluations or job reviews?
I didn't see that. I would think with that type of business and working on people's mouths and so forth that there would be a little scrutiny involved.
But you don't know if they kept those records for any employee,
I have no
do
idea. I was only seeking and only had cause to seek for Magbanowa.
And when Miss Magbanowa was arrested, you testified that you received a call from someone who identified himself as Charlie's attorney, correct?
After her arrest, the gentleman that called my number he identified himself as an attorney for Charlie Adelson.
Not Donna Adelson.
Not Donna.
Now, is it unusual in an investigation like this for a defense attorney to contact you about whether or not there's a warrant for their client's arrest?
I wouldn't say that. It was shocking to me that within that short a time frame, the only way that this person would have knowledge would be from Magbanowa's attorney. So there would be contact between Magbanowa's attorney and this person identifying himself as Charlie's attorney in a short, very short time. No media, nothing had been divulged.
So what you found unusual was the short time frame, not the phone call itself.
No, it was immediate, and I'm basically telling Coas, if your client wants to cooperate, contact me. Don't call somebody else that's a co-conspirator, their attorney.
You didn't receive a call from anyone identifying themselves as Donna's attorney in that instant, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Kappelman asked you about what has been coined that grandmother motion. Again, you're not a family law attorney.
Right, still not.
And so although you read the motion,
yes,
and you're educated, absent having some legal knowledge, can you interpret what is being requested in the motion?
I believe so. I think it's pretty plain.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. Now, I want to go back to the emails, and I'm going to use the board. The emails that you testified were between my client and her mother.
About a motion there in court. Not sure why.
I just if he needed to take a break.
Bailiff is on his phone, doing bailiffy things.
I'm going to show you 64EE. Let's see. The sender of this email is not Donna Adelson, is it?
No, it doesn't. I don't know who it's from. It's not showing it.
Okay, it's an evite.com invitation.
I've seen those.
Okay. You don't have any personal knowledge as to how these are generated, do you?
Someone has to go through this program to get it set up and sent out.
But you don't have any personal knowledge as to how that's done, do you?
No.
The next page of EE, it's a August 30th, 2014 email to Wendy. Now, the sender is donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
That's correct.
Whose name is next to that?
Harvey Adelson.
That's not Donna Adelson, is it?
No, I believe that's her husband.
Next. It's an email dated September 12th, 2014. And the sender is saying that Lincoln will attend Tot Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson. Isn't that what it says?
Yes, it does.
Who's it from?
It's from donnaharvey@gmail.com.
And whose name is next to that?
It says Harvey Adelson.
I'm going to show you 64FF. This is, again, from donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Whose name is it there?
Where it says from?
Yes.
It says Harvey Adelson.
Okay. Wendy, this is the information on work order for repair of TV, Friday, July 18th, between 8 and 12. Love, Dad. My
Yes.
client's not Dad, is she?
I wouldn't refer to him as that. I don't think she would either.
Everybody goes under the bus.
This
except
is still part of that
defendant.
same email. The Geek Squad schedule.
Shout out Geek Squad.
Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one become available? Do you see that language?
Yes.
What's the answer underneath that?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. Go ahead.
I'll use the projector.
Angelique, thank you
Defense
for
pointed
14
out,
months of support.
hey, Harvey and Donna share an email address, right? Donna Harvey at gmail.com. And some of these are signed dad.
Right.
Are some of them signed mom?
Right.
Okay, and drawing your attention to this one on May 3rd, 2013, including the statement, the most important part of your divorce is relocation. On page 4 of that exhibit, well, let me start by going to the very end. Inconveniently, the way this printed, love you. Who signed that one?
Mom.
All right, and on page 4 of the exhibit, just a moment. States Exhibit W, this is one from Thursday, June 27th, 2013. It's signed mom and dad, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this one,
I don't share an email with Mrs. R.A., but she has all my emails, and I have all hers, so she'll read my emails, and I'll also not read my emails.
all right, so we've got some from mom and dad, right?
That's correct.
No further questions.
You may step down, Mr. Isom. Will he be retained?
Yes, retained.
Recall at some point in the trial, please remain in contact with the attorneys. What's that?
Am I under the rule?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Am I under the
Members of
rule?
the jury will take a break at this point briefly. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Am I under the rule? He knows what the rule is. The rule, the sequestration rule. That means he cannot watch, cannot read about it, can't talk to his testimony about anybody, talk to anybody about his testimony. Quick break. This should be our last break of the day, as the judge has said we're going to go till 5:30.
Seated. Just a reminder for the gallery while the testimony is taking place. If you step outside of the courtroom, you'll need to wait until the examination of that witness is complete. We will resume at 3:50.
That's 3 minutes. Did you say 3:50? That's in 3 minutes. I don't think we're starting in 3 minutes. You gave the jury the go-ahead, the green light for the restroom. It's going to take a bit longer than that, I think. Short break. Michelle's Mixed Media Madness 4M says, oh, wow, getting close to that pink courthouse. Glad to watch this one with y'all. Thank you. 21 months, OG. Michelle, thank you very much. Yes, Mrs. R.A. did get her special delivery. She has the flowers. Everyone run for the water fountain. Pee fast. Yes, run to the restroom. Let's see. Balo Bird, thanks for your generosity. Just gifted a membership. Janet Chandler, you're the lucky recipient. Congratulations, and thank you, Balo, for your generosity on the channel. Yeah, let's pee super fast. Put your Crocs in sport mode. Does that mean you attach the back? Is that what it is? There's like a strap on the back to keep them on when you run. I've never worn Crocs. I wouldn't know. I watched, the first time I ever heard about Crocs, I heard a story about somebody's Crocs getting caught in like an escalator, like serious injury ensued or something. I'm like, I'm not doing that, because clearly that's what happens. They won't wash their hands in 3 minutes. You heard 315? I heard 350. But 315 makes a little more sense. It's a long break. But Virginia says, this is turning out to be the circus that we expected it to be. It's really good. I'm enjoying it. The judge not putting up with any crap from either side. Holding the prosecution to their burden and requiring them to lay the foundation, not just giving them a free pass to let stuff in. And sort of the prosecution asked for it. They said, we'd like to admit these because we're going to, later on, basically, we'll authenticate. We'll fix this down the road. Can we just admit everything now? And he's like, you've got to lay the foundation. And if you don't, it's not coming in. And so it's required her to do a little more work with this witness. She struggled with a couple things. She said we're going to have to circle back to a couple items where she either had technical difficulty, couldn't find the right paper, or something like that. So I think there have been 3 of those so far. But generally, we're getting the evidence in a piece at a time where we are hearing that not all was well between these two families, that there were some hard feelings. And that's laying the foundation for the later stuff that will follow. Best trial so far that we've seen in a while. I agree. It's a really good one. Bree says, I'm behind, but I'm literally wearing Crocs with socks as we speak. Is that a crime? Crocs with socks? They're trying to avoid any appeal issues. Judge is doing a great job at that. I do think he's quite fair and unbiased. Like, even his demeanor when making a ruling is extremely fair. And I think he's actually thrown out a bone to help the defense a little bit when they didn't make a motion or could have, and prompted them, even gave them a clue as to what they should ask for. But he can't just decide to do something, on his own, sua sponte. Yes, it is a crime, just so you know. Bree, fashion police coming your way. He absolutely said 350. He might have said 350 and meant 315, but because 350 has come and gone. I mean, it's over. We're a minute due. We're 50% past the break time. What part of Florida is this in? Well, according to the Great Seal, well, that's just the state of Florida. I think we're in Tallahassee, right? Are we in Tallahassee? Takes less than 3 minutes to hit the like button. Thank you for all those who have. Just checking the count. Looks like we have 798 people have clicked the like button. Thank you for that. That means about a little over half of you have not. No judgment, but why? Honestly, why? .315 has 2. Why, yes, it has. I didn't do the math. I was thinking 415, but it is 3:52 in Tallahassee right now. We are in Tallahassee. Call Wendy and ask her about the emails, and she will say they are my mother and myself. Done. Wendy is called. Wendy is actually in the courtroom. Not in the courtroom. She's in the courtroom, the courthouse in the hallway outside the courtroom waiting to be called. She is wearing a navy dress, for those that are curious about that. And we anticipate that she might be called today. That would be, I think, following the pattern of what they followed in Charlie's trial as far as the presentation of evidence and the order. So we might hear from Wendy today, and that could get spicy. That could get really, really interesting really fast. We need a court clock. A judicial timepiece. It's definitely not 350. We're now 3:53. Have to go back and watch a lot. For some reason, work expects me to work. Virginia, I can fix the problem for you, but you might not like the resolution. All you have to do, give me your boss's number. I can make a call. Trust me, I can get you all the free time you want to watch trial. What I cannot do is ensure you get paid anymore. That's just something I haven't been able to. I can get the free time. It's like unlimited vacation going forward. Your boss might never speak to you again unless it's in legal filings, but just give me the go-ahead and I'll do it for you. I'm here for you. It's 2:53 here. We are on East Coast time in this trial, though, so early start. And probably one of the longer courts, thinking of all the trials we've watched, starting by 9 and going until 5:30 with an hour and 15. That's a full day of trial. It really is. I'm up for that. Just help me tell my husband. I don't want to get in the middle. Can you get me fired from housework? That's a little harder. Love it when courts use the whole day. We've had trials where they do like 6 hours of trial, and that includes the lunch hour. Like, seriously? This will take years for justice. No wonder courts are behind. Not so here. I'm giving myself a librarian mode from housework today. A new book arrived. Oh, do share. Curly Q, NPR. Love to hear what the new title is. Mrs. R.A. is looking for good books as well. She says that she's looking for a good book, but she's currently reading like 6 as we speak, and some of them are like college level because she just likes to learn all the time. Bring on the blue dress. All right, any other questions we need answered? Oh, I will say this. Amber shared something with me, and I think it's, you guys know I take spam calls, calls from companies that I think are being less than forthcoming and full of disclosure what they're doing. I think they take advantage of people. They lie a little bit in the phone calls and things like that. I always like to point out some scams. There seems to be a scam going around right now where you receive a text message saying that there's an attempted charge on your Apple Pay, and if you didn't make the charge, then to call this number. It sounds like call the number, make sure nobody steals your money. Calling the number initiates the scam. The text message itself is the initial phishing attempt, and the number you call is not Apple. They'll say they're Apple, and they'll verify that somebody's trying to steal your money, and they'll get that refunded to you, and it starts a little chain reaction that ends in them trying to trick you into thinking the money went out of your account, then trick you into thinking that they refunded too much money into your account, and then trick you into thinking that you need to take out a whole bunch of money to pay back the extra they just gave you. It's never been in your account, so don't do that. Don't do that. Amber's on the phone right now. Amber, this is one way to get the judge to come back. How are you doing?
Oh, is the judge coming back already?
No, but usually when you call, he does.
Usually, you're right. That's usually what happens. But we haven't had that happen in forever. Usually it's, Ivan now? I think was the last one.
Had pretty good luck. He's been quite consistent that way.
He has had pretty good luck. Anyhow.
So have the Brewers.
I was calling about this.
Oh, look, we're back. I kid you not.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
May I address the court while she's working on the jury? I would like some clarification on the hearing that is going to be conducted outside the presence of the jury regarding State's Exhibit 60. My takeaway from our sidebar was that I was going to authenticate every single page. The defense has now advised me they only have limited objections to State 60, so I would ask for some clarification on what we're doing there.
Starting 60, the defense can be heard.
I think we resolved that with the court's ruling already, Your Honor.
So it's coming in?
I believe Ms. Kaepernick just brought it up because there might have been a discussion while I was in the room.
No.
Ms. Fulford thought that she was referring to some.
I thought you were referring to the email.
Oh, no, I'm
For
referring to the
64,
divorce.
State Exhibit 64 has been admitted, with the only exception being AA for right now.
Right, that was my bad. I thought that's what she was referring to when I said
Okay.
That was my mistake.
As to State 60, the foundation has begun with the detective as to any other witnesses that you intend to link up the parts of the foundation with. You are certainly permitted to do so.
Is there an objection to it right now being admitted?
I believe the objection was foundation as to showing emails or communications that link up exactly with what the pleadings are.
Yes, sir. And will that be in reference to each pleading or just select pleadings?
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford.
Judge, my understanding from the court's ruling is that the state could lay the foundation as they move through their case, and with that ruling, I mean, obviously we like them to establish foundation, but I'm not objecting to what has been presented as 60 other than the foundation, which, as you indicated, they can prove up along the way as long as they complete it by the end of their case in chief.
Well, until the foundation is complete as to State 60, it is not admitted.
Understood. Okay, I am going to go forward with Mr. Rivera at this time, Judge. If we finish before 5, I'm hopeful that I'll be able, outside the presence of the jury, to conduct that hearing regarding the foundation and admissibility of that exhibit. Would that be acceptable to the court?
That's fine.
Okay. I'm not sure I'm going to be ready. I'm working on that, but just wanted to have clarification on what I was working on.
Please bring in the jurors.
And can we have Mr. Rivera brought in?
You want him brought in now before?
Want to have him seated before we bring in the
You can bring in Rivera first.
Mr. Rivera coming in. When they say have him seated first, that's because he may be restrained, maybe in a state-issued outfit. Don't like to rattle the chains when the jury is seated there. Earthquake in the courtroom.
You can bring in the jurors. You can take a seat for right now, Mr. Rivera.
Here's the man. It's like, hey, my old boss. Look at that. Look at that long look at the defendant. Picking out people in the courtroom, locking eyes with them.
So you're closer to that microphone.
Hey, don't touch it.
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Rivera, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
You may examine.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Luis Rivera, Luis Rivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Okay, but were you living in Miami back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you live in Miami?
My whole life.
You were born in Puerto Rico, though?
Yeah.
Okay, but moved to Miami at what age?
2 years old.
Okay.
Day one.
Have you been convicted of a felony?
Yes, ma'am.
Including the murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 5 felonies, sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for this case or this case and another case?
Both. Well,
Both. So it's a federal sentence and this sentence.
In state case.
What did you plead to in this case?
This case, guilty
Guilty to what?
to second-degree murder.
If you can speak up, Mr. Rivera, that'd be so.
Guilty to second-degree murder.
Thank you.
One moment, Mr. Rivera.
There we go. Thank you.
What was your sentence on the second-degree murder?
19 years.
Okay, and that was concurrent with your federal sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you have to do in exchange for getting a 19-year sentence?
I had to cooperate.
What does cooperation mean to you?
Well, telling.
Telling on who?
My co-defenders, Garcia, Katie.
All right, did anybody ever tell you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever told you anything other than to tell the truth?
No, excuse me? Say it again?
Has anybody told you to say anything other than the truth?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than the sentence that you got in exchange for cooperation?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody ever tell you, oh, you have to testify about a specific person to get a deal?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Have you been offered anything on your federal sentence from doing this cooperation on this case?
No.
As part of your negotiation or your lawyer's negotiation of this case, did you give up what's called a proffer, a recorded proffer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And even back then when you gave the proffer, did anybody tell you what you needed to say there?
No, ma'am.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you to be involved in the murder?
Well, I got it from my friend, Tudo Garcia.
Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
Childhood friends.
So to cooperate and get this deal, you had to turn on one of your best friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Who enlisted Sigfredo Garcia to be a part of this murder?
Katie,
Who's Katie?
his wife.
Is that Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who enlisted her to be involved in this murder?
Not really.
Was it a murder for hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that somebody was paying Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And Katie was the one that brought the money to you all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the purpose of this murder as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
Wendy.
Okay. And did you understand that you were killing the father of the kids so that Wendy could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie.
And how was he related?
Katie's boyfriend, side piece, whatever you want to call him.
All right, so Katie was the
Side
wife of Garcia, but also the girlfriend of the dentist?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you have any contact with the dentist ever?
No.
Did you have any contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
Everything went through Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the dentist, if you know, have to do with the lady in Tallahassee who needed her kids?
I don't know nothing about him. I don't know nothing about that family.
Who was in charge of getting the money after the job was done?
Katie.
How much were you to be paid for your part in this crime?
35.
$35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the total amount that the job paid?
No, not really.
Katie took a big cut. Is that what
Did
you're
you know
saying?
how much Garcia got?
40, I believe.
$40,000?
Yeah.
And did you know how much Katie got?
No, I don't know. Can't remember. But I think it was like 40. I think it was total was be like 100, something like that.
Okay, somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a one-time payment or was it a payment that occurred over time? Is what you got?
No, it's a one-time payment.
What did you know about the man that you came to Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Constituto. Garcia.
How did he know?
Katie.
Did he have some information about the man you were here to kill?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell him what that was.
I was a piece of paper with his picture on of his face and the address.
Picture of Dan Markel's face?
Yes, ma'am.
And the address of what? Where he lived?
Of his house, yes.
Did you and Rivera refer to each other, I'm sorry, you and Garcia refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence states 45, Your Honor.
Object.
No, Your Honor.
States 45 is admitted.
Is that you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Please silence your phones.
I think the judge said to turn them off, not just silence them.
Have you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this case, related to this case?
Never in my life.
How many times did you come to Tallahassee related to this case?
This case twice.
All right, so were you with Sigfredo Garcia both times?
Yeah,
Was that one time in June and one time in July?
I believe so.
Okay, and July was the time, second time was when the murder happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it just the two of you on both of these trips?
Yes, ma'am.
The objection states 44.
No objection.
Introduce states 44, Your Honor.
States 44 is admitted.
Publishing states 44. Who's this right here?
Garcia.
And this?
Katie.
Who's that?
My baby mama.
Your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
Jessica.
Okay, and that's you there?
Yes.
Was this picture taken before or after the murder?
I can't remember.
We have a side piece and a baby mama.
At the time of the murder, was Katie with the dentist? Was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
How do you feel about that? He's like, that was crazy.
Were you at the time of this murder living with Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an address on the rental car contract, 1515 Northeast 135th Street, number 14. Do you recognize that address?
That's my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the first trip that occurred in June. How did you get here for that trip?
Well, we rented a car.
Who rented the car for the June trip?
The first one.
Yeah, if you remember.
I can't really remember. It's been so long.
But one of you, either you or Sigfredo?
Yeah, I think it was Fredo. I rented the Prius, so I never rented on the car.
Okay. So Garcia rented the car for the June trip, but it was a rental car that y'all brought up here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you take the same route on both trips to get to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay, and did he have the paper with the picture of Dan Markel on both trips?
Yes.
And what did you do on the first trip?
We drove by here and we just followed him around to see where he lived and shit. But
Okay, were you planning to kill him on the first trip?
I don't remember.
Okay, did you have a gun on the first trip?
Yeah.
Did you have a gun that you procured specifically to kill Dan Markel with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a gun that you bought off the street?
Yes, ma'am.
You bought it?
I bought it.
Okay. And were there any other guns in the vehicle for that first trip, if you know?
I think we had two.
All right, and what was the other gun?
It's a 38.
Whose gun was that?
Garcia.
On that first trip in June of 2014, did you and Garcia go to Markel's residence?
Yeah.
And did you lay eyes on him that first trip?
I believe I passed by his house and scoped him out.
You said you followed him. Do you remember where you followed him on the first trip?
Yeah, I followed him to a daycare.
Okay. How long were you here that first trip?
Maybe, I don't remember.
A couple days sound right?
Just a couple of days.
She is leading him, but they're
Why
lying.
wasn't Dan Markel killed on that first trip, if you know?
If I remember, I wasn't gonna do nothing in front of no kids, but
He had the kids with him,
yeah, yes he did.
but for whatever reason, it didn't happen on that trip.
We lost him, I believe. I believe we lost him.
Okay. And when you didn't get it done on that trip, was anyone angry at you?
At me?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. Did you hear at some point that y'all were going to have to come back if you wanted to get the money and finish the job?
Yeah.
All right. So you did come back in July. Is that right?
We came back.
And that's when you came in the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
And you rented the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And that phone number that you wrote on the Prius rental agreement and wrote brother, that was Garcia's phone number?
Yeah, I think.
That Prius was a bit
You
of a
took phones
hoopty,
with
right?
you to Tallahassee for both trips, right?
Yeah.
Did you turn your phone off for the actual murder?
Yeah, I did.
What about Garcia? Do you know if he turned his phone off?
When the murder happened?
Yes, sir.
Shit. Man, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you stay in Tallahassee for a couple nights when you came here the second time?
Yeah, we stayed here for a night or two, I think.
Okay. Did y'all rent a hotel room?
Yes.
Do you know how many guns were with you on that second trip?
Nah, just one.
You only remember one gun on that trip?
Yeah, I remember one.
And that's the murder weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was that?
A 38.
Revolver.
That's a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it doesn't eject a shell.
Do you remember an incident where there was a shot fired into the floorboard of the Prius?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors about that?
Well, we was driving and Garcia put the gun out and shot the gas line in the car.
Through the floorboard of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side or the driver's side?
Passenger side.
Okay, and that was the murder weapon that fired that shot?
Shit. Man, I don't remember.
Okay, but he was messing around with some gun and fired it into the car?
Yeah.
And were y'all driving in the car when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it disable the car?
The car started stopping. Little by little, it just started slowing down.
Okay, and that's the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How did y'all get the car going again?
We seen somebody that he knew and stopped him and took him to the auto place to get a piece of hose to put it back together.
And the guy that you saw that he knew, are you talking about a local drug dealer here that y'all had met on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And that person assisted you in getting some way to fix the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was good with cars, you or Garcia or both?
Garcia.
All right, so he was able to make a repair to the gas line?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow Dan Markel again during this second trip?
Yeah.
Did you follow him to the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually see him drop his children off at school that morning?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you follow him to the gym where he went inside and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a reason the murder had to be done on the day that it was done?
I believe so. I believe he was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Markel.
About to leave town?
Yeah.
How did you get that information?
I got it from Tudo.
Where did he get the information?
From Katie.
How did she know?
Wendy.
You think Wendy talked to Katie and told her Dan Markel's travel plans?
Yeah.
Were you present for that
No.
phone call? Okay. But somehow you learned that Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
So it had to be done that day or he'd be gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that came through Garcia to you from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say Wendy, did you know who Wendy was at the time that all this happened?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you did know there was a lady that you were helping get some kids back in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you the driver of the green Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to see the gym video and the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving the Prius in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the driveway of Dan Markel?
Well, I pulled up right behind him, and Garcia jumped out and shot him.
How many times did Garcia shoot Mr.
Twice.
Markel? Did he shoot him? Where was the victim when he was shot?
He was inside his parking garage, and his sitting down the driver's side on the phone.
And did Garcia shoot him through the window, if you know?
Through the window.
How long would you say you were in the driveway?
Just seconds.
How was it decided which one of you would be the shooter?
Because I wasn't going to do it.
You didn't want to be the shooter?
No.
On the bus video, we see somebody in a white shirt kind of jumping around in the passenger seat. Is that Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what was happening when he was doing all that jumping around?
I think he was trying to hide a gun. If I'm not mistaken, he was trying to hide it.
What did happen to the gun?
It got thrown away.
Thrown away where?
In the ocean somewhere.
All right, who threw it in the ocean somewhere?
He did.
All right, was that on the way back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
At some overpass somewhere between here and Miami?
Absolutely.
Where did you go after the murder? Did you go home?
We had to stop somewhere to eat. Then we went home.
Did you stop at an ATM?
I don't remember.
I'm going to show you states exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43. So 38 through 43.
Yes, ma'am.
Are these images fair and accurate photos of you pulling through an ATM?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date, July 18th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Pembroke Pines, is that on the way home from Tallahassee?
Yeah.
So that's you at the ATM. Are you the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
Move to publish introduce states 38 through 43.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 38 through 43 are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Is that the vehicle you were driving the day the murder was done, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 39. Is that you at the ATM machine?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 40. Is this Mr. Garcia? Is he your passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 41. He's the passenger that was jumping around when we saw the car in Tallahassee on the bus video?
Absolutely.
Do you remember when you turned your phone back on after the murder?
Not really.
Do you remember who was the first phone call that either of you made after the murder?
Garcia.
Who did Garcia call?
Katie.
And were you able to hear Katie on the other end of the line when he was talking to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you interested in that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Because she was going to be the one to get you the money, right?
Absolutely.
And was that phone call in reference to letting her know it's done and she's going to get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get the money?
Saturday morning.
Was that the next day?
The next day.
Do you remember that on that Saturday morning you got a call from Catherine Magvanoa?
Yes.
She was looking for you to give you the money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that unusual for her to call you?
Not really. She never calls my phone.
She never calls your phone, but she couldn't get a hold of Garcia,
She
right?
couldn't get a hold of him, so she got in contact with me.
Okay. And at that time, wasn't Garcia living with another woman?
Yes.
And that was the woman that goes by the nickname Shrimp?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's where you ended up rousting him out of, right?
Absolutely.
To go get your money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he wasn't living with Katie as a family at that time?
Nope.
Okay. So when you say that Katie was with both of them, do you mean just that Katie was always kind of off and on with Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
So she has other boyfriends, sometimes he has other girlfriends, but they always find each other again?
Absolutely.
One moment, please, Your Honor. All right, tell us what happened when you got your money. How'd you get it? Where'd you get it?
I was in the barbershop, and they pulled up to my house, Katie and Garcia, and they called my phone. Hey, I think my baby mama called me. I think my baby mama called me. Well, they came to my house.
Okay, Katie and Garcia brought the money.
Yeah, I was in the barbershop, and
Okay.
Katie and Garcia, they went to my house and brought the money.
All right, and do you know where Katie got the money from? Were you there when Katie got the money?
No.
But you knew that she was supposed to go get it,
Absolutely.
and she did.
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you get?
35.
Was there anything unusual about how your payment was packaged?
Yeah, it was weird. It was stapled.
Was it
seen that
cash
before.
money?
Cash.
Okay, stapled how? All hundreds.
All hundreds, $1,000 stapled.
Stapled into bundles of $1,000 each.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen stapled money before?
No.
Did you and Garcia buy anything with your cut of the money?
I just bought a motorcycle.
Any objection 46 and 47? No objection. Moving to evidence 46 and 47, Your Honor.
No objection to the defense.
No objection.
They are admitted.
Publishing States Exhibit 46. This yellow motorcycle,
Honda
whose is
900.
that?
Garcia.
Is that something he bought with the money that was the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what about this vehicle back here?
Yeah, he bought that one too.
He also bought that with his cut of the money?
Yeah.
And States Exhibit 47, what about this motorcycle right here?
That's mine.
Is that what you bought, or part of what you bought with your money?
Yes, ma'am.
How long after the murder did you guys make those purchases? Days, weeks, months?
Probably like a month.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder? Did you dump your cell phone?
I don't remember.
Did you meet with Investigator Newland from my office to see if you could recognize some voices on some recorded telephone calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Newland play some calls for you and have you initial on a sheet if you could identify the voice
Absolutely.
on the sheet on that call?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 136. Is this it? I'm going to show you what I have marked as States Exhibit 136. recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these your initials here?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that mean you're verifying that the highlighted name, you know that person and that is their voice?
Absolutely.
On the particular call that references?
Yes.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence 136.
Objection.
No objection.
Case 136, Linda.
Are we going to listen? Or just move on?
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
This trial brought to you by Kleenex. Who's the defendant talking to? The bailiff?
Did you know where the dentist lived?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist had a safe full of money?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist was going to be paying for at least part of this murder?
No.
And if you had known that the dentist had a safe full of money, would you have driven all the way to Tallahassee to do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea?
Overruled, he has knowledge of his own
Pop the dentist.
what he's thinking at the time.
What-
Answer the question.
What would you have preferred to do to get the money?
I would have went and robbed them myself.
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way up to Tallahassee that y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them instead of doing this murder?
I had mentioned something like that, yes.
But that, Garcia said that wouldn't work, right?
No.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
This is crazy. Luis is just taking it all in. A day out. It's rare. It's like a field trip. He's got nobody to blame but himself. I mean, they found him based on the evidence they left. This is funny. My husband is a dentist, and I promise you, we do not do that kind of stuff in our house. We do not have that kind of money in our house. You don't have a safe full of money? Doesn't every dentist have a safe full of money? I didn't hear the judge do anything epic there, so I'm not going to add to the counter. Yeah, he has nothing to lose by testifying. But if he lies, he could lose a lot.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Excuse me?
I said good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. It was your testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he was going to be taking his kids to school, so when he came out with the kids, you're trying to follow him to the school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got lost. He lost you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second time that you came up, you knew he was going to be taking the children to school, and so you followed him to the school, correct?
The daycare, yes.
Yes. And then you knew he was going to be going to the gym, right?
I didn't know he was going to the gym. I just followed him.
You followed him to the gym?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you followed him to his house?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where he was killed?
Yes, ma'am.
And the woman who wanted him to be killed, past you and Sigfredo and Katie, the woman who wanted him to be killed was Wendy Adelson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was she wanting her children, correct?
Absolutely.
May I approach, Your Honor? Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what has
Mr.
been...
Rivera.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is that?
It's like a profile of everybody's face.
Okay. And did you make some marks on this for me and then sign it on March the 11th of 2025?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You just hold on to that for a second.
Yogi Kaz, thank you so much.
Mr. Vera, when we met with you that day taking your deposition and I presented that to you, you gave us information about what had happened, pretty similar to what you talked about here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we were done talking about those things and some information about Sigfredo and Katie, I presented you with what's in front of you as Defendant's Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked if you would put the number 1 and circle it next to the person you know as Katie, who you said was in charge of this whole deal, correct?
Yep.
And did you do that?
Yep.
All right. And then I said, would you put a number 2 next to the person you say did this killing?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was Katie Magbanois, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, would you put a number 3 next to yourself on the paper? And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the one who got the gun that was used to kill Danny Markel, and you drove the car that day. You didn't shoot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I said, if you would, please put the number 4 next to the man who was killed, and you did that with Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, if you would, put the number 5 next to the lady that wanted the man killed. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And was that with Wendy Adelson?
Yes, I did.
And then I asked you if the 2 people on the top of the page who have their pictures there and the names Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, you see those on the top?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you, as far as you know, were they involved in any of this? And you said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I asked you to put X's next to the people who on that page were not involved in this.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
So we knew who was who in the circle of players, at least in the immediate circle around him.
I don't have anything further.
Parents of Dan Markel.
Redirect
watching.
examination.
No, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Rivera released or will he be recalled?
He's to remain under the rule, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Rivera, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else. The bailiff will take you at this time. Parties can approach.
It is 4:37. The judges said we want to go till 5:30. Do we bring in Wendy? Judge calls a sidebar. Everyone grabs their mug and heads over for a refill. It's not that kind of bar. Judge is serving up justice over there. Wendy is present in the courtroom, just out, or not in the courtroom, in the courthouse, waiting to be called in. We are seeing a couple witnesses be retained under the rule, Big yawn from a gallery member. Retained under the rules, so they can't watch the trial or anything.
The jury, at this time, we are going to go into recess for the day. The same instruction that you have received since the start of jury selection, not to discuss the case with anyone else or to look at any information about the case. Once again, I'm going to remind you of this. Please report on Monday morning at 8:45. We will anticipate getting started by 9 o'clock. Enjoy your weekend. We will see you Monday.
Judge, before they step out, maybe touch on one other item.
Yes.
Before they step out, Donna, big sigh, gives a look. They approach on one other item. They say before they step out, so I'm not sure if something needs to be addressed with the jury here. Why we wouldn't let them go first and then sort out an issue. Was that Joel with the yawn from STS? It's been a long day. What a day. All in one day, on day one. This trial is, it has everything. It has everything we like in a trial. We're just hoping that it ends with justice, wherever the facts lead us. I've been a little bit distracted by some of the equipment used by the audio-video team there in the courtroom. Still trying to find the display monitor, the multi-view display monitor that shows up there and back. Amber's trying to call in now. You know, as soon as we answer, they'll be back from the little sidebar. Amber, what's happening?
We have a verdict in the Georgia case. I need you to either announce nobody to make a sound or if we're going to flop over there or what. So
I've got to say no.
Know.
We can't just go back. We have to do a separate stream for that to finish off the.
Yeah. So then
please,
make
no
sure
verdicts.
Everybody knows not to.
No spoilers. No spoilers.
Oh,
thank
I'm
you.
live. I thought I was offline. Sorry.
Yeah, you're
I
live.
was being super loud.
Waiting for.
That was all I had.
That's all you got. Okay. Thank you very much, Amber. We'll see you.
You're welcome.
Bye. In that Georgia case, we've got a day of trial to watch and then a verdict to catch up on. They had trial today, and it starts. We need to find out if the missing witness shows up, on how that goes down.
Jury, actually, please report at 9:15. And by the time everyone has reported, we'll expect to get going with the trial by 9:30. Have a good weekend. Once again, do not discuss the case. Do not read or seek out any information about the case. Have a good night.
Sounds like the prosecution just said, Your Honor, there's a couple things we need to iron out, and we don't want to waste the jury's time. If we could tell them to come in later, that would be helpful to everybody. So I think that's what's happened. Everyone's standing for the jury to leave. We'll see if there's anything to address outside their presence here tonight. There might be a little bit more paperwork to do. Let's also see if the judge, once the jury is gone and the evidentiary portion is pretty much done, if his sense of humor resumes, or if he's still a little bit upset. Yeah, please don't spoil the Georgia v. Wolfenberger case.
Mr. Kappelman, the witness is here this afternoon to start that, or you need to do that on Monday morning?
I can start that this afternoon, Judge. We're just not prepared to go through the whole thing yet. We've been working on it since the issue arose, and I was told we're about halfway through about 10 minutes ago. So.
All right. If we can start at 8:30, have the witness, and go through it smoothly, it'll give everyone an opportunity to get some rest for the weekend. Do you all prefer to do it that way?
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Judge, I did fail to introduce one of the ATM still images, State's Exhibit 37. Would it be acceptable to move to admit this time?
If you're relying on the same foundation provided by Mr. Rivera, unless there's an objection.
No objection.
There you are.
States 37 is admitted. Briefly before we leave today, just to go through what has been admitted and has not, it cannot hurt. I have on my chart state exhibits 1 through 34 as admitted, 37 through 47 admitted, 55 admitted, 67 and 68 admitted, 64 admitted with the exception of AA, 88, 89, and 90 admitted, 119 through 128, excuse me, 119, 120, 122, 123, 124, 126, 127, and 128, and 136.
Was one missing between 119 and 128, Your Honor?
On my list, I have 119, 120, 122, 123, 124. I believe there was testimony from Miss Maltese about the eyeglass frame and the car, but I'm not sure if 121 was admitted.
What happened, Judge, is Ms. Kaplan said that that's what she was requesting, but then when she said, I'd like to admit State's Exhibit, it was 122 and 123.
So I will move 121 into evidence at this time, Judge.
Is there an objection?
No objection.
And after 128, Your Honor, you showed what else?
After 128, 136, and that's it.
Yes, that matches my list. Now we have a demonstrative A and a demonstrative D, which have been used. I'm
Yes.
advised the court no longer accepts demonstratives. Would you like to make those items court exhibits for appellate purposes?
Yes. And the foundation for 60 is ongoing at this point, also as to 64 AA. All right. 8:30 on Monday morning, we will go through any predicate or foundations that need to be addressed prior to the next witness. Have a good weekend, everyone.
All right. And with that, we are done. Lots of people, a couple familiar faces. All right, there we go. Wow, done already. Yes, done a little bit early. Sounds like Wendy's going to be on Monday. So she gets to wait for the weekend. This trial is definitely a corker. We are done. We are done. Now we have to figure out what we want to do with Wolfenbarger. Can we start Wolfenbarger now? Oh, we can't. We've only got 971 likes on the stream. It takes 1,000 to do that. So unfortunately, we'll have to... We could here are the options. Let me tell you, that's extortion. we can do it on Saturday because it is several hours of live streaming. But it's got to be like Saturday evening because I've got to get to the beach. I've got to metal detect to the beach. It's an hour and a half there, a couple hours of metal detecting, an hour and a half back, and then sunburned me live streaming Saturday afternoon. What do you think? We did hit 1,000. Thank you very much. We'll hit the party sound for that if I can find it. Well, it's gone. A little now. Let's see if we can watch a tiny bit of. Let me see if I can find it first of all. Let's see where we are. Stop this. That's the wrong one. Wolfenbarger. Amber, how's it going?
Hey, am I live?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any
I do
way
this
we
show
can
every
change
day.
the- Yeah, but sometimes you answer my phone calls off air.
Yeah, but when there's no court going on, and you call me, I'm live. I'm talking. So.
Can we change that banner that said law and laughs or whatever it said? Can you put up there, do not spoil Georgia case?
I could.
Please, 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 pretty please.
Here's the thing. It's going to get spoiled. Don't be the person that does it. But
I don't want to have everybody
has the verdict come in
jump on
yet?
somebody in chat that didn't see it in the chat.
Has the verdict come in yet?
It's 6-2. It's 6-2. The judge is getting her robe and pulling the jury in, so
Okay.
it's fixing to come in.
We're doing it right now. We're going to take it live. All right.
Are you going
Thanks.
to take the verdict live?
Yep. Here we go.
Okay. All right, bye.
Bye. We'll take the verdict live, then we can go back and watch the spicy bits after.
Jurors, present and accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Will the foreperson please stand? Good afternoon, sir. My understanding is that the jury has reached a verdict?
Yes, the jury has reached a verdict.
Okay, and was that verdict unanimous?
Yes.
Okay, and has the verdict been filled in, signed, and dated by you as the foreperson?
Yes.
Okay, will you please hand it to the deputy? And then you may have a seat, sir.
We have a verdict. I can't do the wrap-up, unfortunately.
Will the defendant please rise?
I'll kill it here in a second when the beat drops.
In the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia, the State of Georgia versus Christopher Wolfenbarger, case number 24 SC 004201. Count 1, we the jury find the defendant not guilty. This
Boom!
22nd day of August 2025. Will the state and defense counsel please come up and look at the verdict form and confirm that you have no objection to the form or legality of the verdict?
Wow. Not guilty. This was the cold case that should not have been brought to trial. And the jury says, you still don't have it. It's still not there. They're not saying he didn't do it. They're saying you haven't proven it.
Counsel for the state, counsel for the defense, is there any reason that I cannot release the jury?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Okay. Members of the jury, I'm going to take just a quick moment to thank you for your time and for your attention to this process. It was a long 2 weeks, but I appreciate that you were here each day ready to pay attention and to do your job. Thank you very much for deliberating, for being here, and for being willing to serve as a juror to your fellow citizens. I will also tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that in just a moment I'm going to release you from further service as a juror in this case. I want to let you know that when you are excused, you are free to go. Enjoy your weekend. I want to let you know that you may be contacted by people about your decision in this case. You're not required to talk to anyone about your decision in this case. You can if you choose to. I often encourage people to, if you're comfortable talking to lawyers about your decision, to do so because it helps the lawyers understand what motivated you, what was persuasive to you, etc. It helps them understand and be better lawyers, right? So I always encourage you, if you're willing to talk to the lawyers that are involved in the case, it's always a helpful process. And so I encourage you to do so if you're comfortable. But if someone contacts you and you tell them you don't want to talk to them, you're not obligated to talk to them. And if someone bothers you or continues to try to talk to you after you've told them no, you need to let my office know, and we will make sure that that person does not continue to bother you, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, the last thing I will say is just that if you need any written proof of your service here as jurors, in this case, we're happy to provide you with any written documentation. And if you should have any issues with that, also let my office know and we'll do what we can to assist you. Thank you again for your service. You are excused. Have a good weekend.
The defendant, who has been in custody for a long time, is going to be taken back to jail and then released, is my understanding. As the jury leaves. Fulton County fumbles once again with another high-profile case.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Mr. Wolfenbarger, you have been found not guilty of the charges against you in this indictment.
Victim's
And the
family
court
are leaving.
therefore adjudges you not guilty of the offenses charged and orders that unless you are being held on some other charges, that you be released. Anything else that I need to take up from the defense?
Am I released right now?
I believe you have to be processed through the jail to actually be released to the street. There is paperwork that has to be done. Anything from the state? Okay. This matter is adjourned.
He's like, can I go right now? Can I turn around and walk out those doors? Unfortunately, no, you can't. But he'll probably be released within hours. So, wow, the judge sort of spoiled it a little bit. You heard in the reading of the verdict that there was only one charge. And you know that he was charged with 2 charges. The judge dismissed one of the charges, granted the judgment of acquittal on the second charge that she was sort of taken under advisement, saying, you can't. There's no evidence. The weapon, the aggravated assault with with the weapon, or the use of a weapon in the case, some object, you have not proven it. There's nothing to support that. And just saying, well, she died, so he must have used something, is not enough. So she granted it in that case. And then the only thing that was left for the jury to decide was murder. And they came back and said, you didn't prove it. You didn't prove it. So, wow. But now that we've heard the verdict, it's not so pressing to go back and get the closing and also the testimony from the last witness, the one who was missing, right? Spoiler alert, the sheriff found her. She ends up in court. So maybe, let's see. I've heard it's fire, but let's see if we can find where that is. Let's see who's got that. Amber, hello.
Hey, okay, so just to help you out a little bit, it is worth at least going back to watch the witness testimony from the moment that they actually bring her in. I'm happy to go find a timestamp and a feed for you if you want me to. We don't necessarily need closing arguments, but since we took the verdict live, we got to absolutely cover at some point, whether now or later, Wendy's testimony.
I'm looking for it. I just can't find it.
Okay, I'm happy to go send it to Mod Chat if you want.
Was it
me
on the
to.
same? It was today, right? It was this morning.
It was this morning.
Okay. Okay, let's see.
I was really trying to protect the chat and all of our viewers who were really not wanting to know.
Yeah, there's
what
no
happened
way to do that.
in the verdict. So since we already did it, I was since we already showed the verdict.
I'm hunting right
I went
now.
on Facebook and posted for nobody to spoil it. I just want you to know I was committed to making sure.
I'm trying to see who would have
Okay, goodbye.
this morning.
I'll
Okay,
just
so we'll
send
see,
Mod
Amber.
Chat
Thank you.
a link.
All right, bye.
Okay, bye.
I'm not seeing a feed from this morning. Sorry, I'm ignoring chat too for the moment. Just one second. Seen a couple people who covered it. Broken Baker had it. Catnot Williams had it. Let's see if this is... Okay, guys, sorry. I'm hunting for it. We're just going to see if we can find it. the feed I'm seeing that doesn't have the whole day on it. Court TV, 35 minutes in. That's not it. That was day 4. My phone's going nuts. You guys are buzzing it constantly. 3 days ago. How long was this one? Since it's the mod chat, let me check. I can't have it for mod chat. I need it on a different device. The one you're sending me, it just has closings. It starts with closings. Am I seeing it wrong? If only RA read emails. Yeah. It's a little harder to do. Give me just 1 second. Why is that not working right? Well, might have to fix it and then bring it to you. So it's just not wanting to play nicely right now. Okay, maybe this works. Maybe this works. It's just closings. Why am I only getting closings? Can somebody tell me? Court TV, 19 minutes in. Okay, let me look. Oh, we're on day 7. Day 7. How many minutes in? That's it continues. Okay, I think we might have it here. Give me just a second. Wait for it. 20 minutes in. Okay, give me a second to get this set up because it takes a second to bring everything over. We're going to go through super source, box source 3. Presets. I'm hearing a buffer. 17-minute mark. I know. I got it now. Hang on. Hold tight. That one. Turn off 1. You guys are awfully patient. Thank you for this. All right, let's go. I'm going to be right here. Is that okay? All right, here we go.
in custody to bring them in and have them placed on the stand rather than walk them through the courtroom. So if we could go ahead and do that and get the witness. Do we have any other matters while we're taking care of that we need to take up before we get the witness on the stand? Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state.
Anything from the defense?
Nothing from the defense.
Okay. Yes, sir. So just to be clear, Mr. McDermott, I'm still going to ask you to call your next witness, and then I'll just acknowledge that that witness is already on the stand, and then we'll swear them in as normal.
Do you want me to ask on the record permission to treat her as an adverse witness, or do you want me to make an attempt to get her to answer directly first?
I think she's your witness, so you should make an effort to see how cooperative she's going to be, and only if she's not cooperative would you then be justified in asking to treat her as such. Good morning. Ma'am, if you'll come over here to the witness stand.
Is this not normal speed?
And she might need some assistance getting up onto the witness stand and situated in the chair.
Sounds normal speed to me.
You could. Thank you very much. Okay. So we have our witness, and so I think we're ready for the jury, Deputy.
This is the lady who did not want to be here. Waiting for the jury. Our counter was up to 41 on this one. This was the anything goes counter, if I remember correctly. She's not too excited. Okay, waiting for the jury. This was first thing this morning. Remember, this witness was subpoenaed, said she would testify, and then didn't show up. Lawyer reached out, tried to talk to her. She said, "I've basically changed my mind. Catch me if you can. I'm not coming in." They filled out a warrant, an arrest warrant, and they sent the sheriff out to get him. Hey, sent the sheriff out, the overnight crew, to pick her up. It looks like they were able to do that. They brought her in, and so she's been in custody since whenever she was picked up, and now she's being brought in. She's shackled for her testimony. Her offense was not showing up in court. That's why she's shackled. So spoiler alert, yes, they caught her. Just waiting for the jury now. It's sort of backwards because we did hear the verdict just moments ago, which, like I've said, I told you at the beginning, I think it's likely this guy did it. Wolfenberger's guilty, but the state has not proven it, and the jury agreed. Came back with a not guilty. Everyone be kind to the witness, please. All we know is that she didn't want to show up in court, and the sheriff went and got her, and here she is. Okay, give the jury a couple minutes to come in. Looks like a couple smiles in the jury box direction, so they might be coming in right now.
Mr. McDermott, the defense may call its next witness.
The defense calls Wendy Wadell.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Ms. Wadell is already on the witness stand. Ms. Wadell, if you can, please raise your right hand to the best of your ability. The deputy will swear you in.
You swear I affirm to the testimony that you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth self.
I do.
Please state and spell your full name for the court, please.
Wendy, W-E-N-D-Y.
And if you could do me a favor and scoot up a little bit so I can hear you in the microphone.
And Waddell, W-A-D-D-E-L-L.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. McDermott.
Ms. Wadell, suffice it to say you don't want to be here. You need to answer audibly.
You're right.
Did you know Melissa Wolfenberger?
I did.
And do you know the Patton family?
I do.
Carl and Norma? And how did you know them?
My parents grew up with them.
And did you live next door to them at one point?
As a child,
And were you at one point friends with Melissa?
I was.
Did you go over to her house frequently?
Every weekend. Every weekend.
Thank you. Do you remember something about their house that made you not want to go over there?
Yeah.
And what was that?
It smelled.
And why did it smell?
Well, people just have a smell.
What was the smell like?
Like a person that
Like
stinks.
body odor?
I mean, it wasn't nasty. She wasn't a nasty person.
Was it an offensive smell?
Any smell's an offensive smell.
Did you remember telling
Are
me?
you asking if she was a nasty person? She was not a nasty person.
I'm not asking if she was a nasty person.
Okay.
I'm just asking about facts. You remember speaking with me on the phone a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
And you remember telling me that the smell pervaded the house and the car.
I got it on the car.
And
got
it
it on the
stuck
house.
on everyone in the house.
It did.
Including Melissa. And you remember telling me that people bullied her for it?
They did.
Picked on her? Do you remember telling me that Melissa had some kind of... It's not a leading question, Your Honor, unless it suggests an answer.
I'm going to overrule and allow it. Go ahead.
Do you remember telling me that Melissa had some sort of skin condition that caused her to have marks on
Impetigo.
And it caused her to have visible marks on her body all the time?
Yep.
And how did you describe those marks? What did they look like?
Scratches.
Did you say bug bites, sores? Thank you. Can you remember how you described Melissa's personality to me?
Well, if I'd look back at it, I'd say autistic.
I'm sorry.
I said, if I had to look back, I would say autistic.
Okay.
She would be autistic.
But you're not a doctor, right?
I'm not a
So
doctor.
you can't diagnose her with autism?
No.
But what made you arrive at the conclusion that she may have been autistic?
Just the way she is.
Let me describe those facts.
You know what an autistic person is. I mean, there's...
Was she quiet?
Sure.
Was she shy?
Yes.
Was she reserved?
She was.
Did she sometimes react?
She whined. She cried.
She whined and cried even when she was older. So are you suggesting she may have been a little bit
of a baby?
Infantile for her age?
Yeah.
Okay. You described to me a period of time in which you would visit her. Do you remember describing a time to me in which you would visit her almost every day?
Every weekend, yeah.
And that you would be locked in the room with her?
Yeah, growing up.
And did you tell me that the door locks would be reversed on her door? So that the lock was on the outside?
It was.
And do you remember that she was telling me that she was locked like that every day, all day?
Objection leading, Your Honor. He's giving the answers.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Do you remember telling me that she was locked that way every day, all day? I need an audible answer, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
So was her sister. Her sister's right there.
And from what ages do you remember her being locked in the room?
I don't know, 12, 13.
Did you remember telling me it started at about age 7?
I'm sure it started early.
Went up to about 12?
Yeah.
Okay. You said her sister was locked too?
He's right there.
And she was locked up too?
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Yeah, my mom used to sneak out with her and get her out of the window.
Thank you.
What's your mom's name?
Terry.
Terry Archer, is that correct? And
is that a yes? You're
yes,
nodding.
it is Terry Archer.
Thank you.
And what was your father's name?
Bobby.
Bobby. And you said that your parents were wealthy?
They are.
And that they paid to be involved in several activities with you?
They did.
What kind of activities?
GYOP, Georgia Youth on Parade, Girl Scouts.
You remember telling me that anything you did, Melissa
He did.
got to do?
That's right.
Yeah. And that your mother paid for it? You remember telling me that looking back on the way she was treated, being locked in her room and being deprived, well, let me back up. When you and Melissa were locked in the room, were you allowed to come out during the day? Were you allowed to get drinks of water?
Hang on. Yeah, you're shaking your head. Is that a no? No, we weren't allowed to come out.
And were you allowed to get a drink of water?
Yeah, we can get, what was they were thirsty?
Okay. Do you remember telling me that looking back, you would consider that she had been abused and neglected?
Yes.
Today, if someone were treating their child like that, would you call defects?
Relevant, Your Honor. Objection.
Probably. Hang on one second. Sustained. Go ahead.
Now, did you move away from Melissa's house at some point?
They moved away.
They moved away? Okay. And about what age were you at that point?
I don't know. I quit hanging out with them when I was 13.
Okay. And you told me a couple of events that happened with her before you quit hanging out with her.
She lost her virginity.
And how did that happen?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
I don't think that was supposed to come out in this questioning. But the jury's heard it. Now the defense lawyer wants to pursue that route of questioning. Yeah, how did that happen? In the usual way? I don't know how you respond to that one, but we can fast forward here if it's a long break, if anybody knows. If not, we'll just wait just a moment. The state did mess up on this one. Amber says, I'll caution you, this witness gets a bit unhinged during her testimony. It gets a bit crazy, apparently. I have not seen this. It's sad. It's hard to hear this testimony. It's terribly sad. Looks like we might be done now. Here we go.
Sustained. Move on, please.
Sustained. Move on.
Do you remember telling me that I caught myself? Was there a time that Melissa did drugs with you?
No.
Okay.
I was doing drugs.
Okay. And because you started to do drugs,
I
you
quit hanging
decided
out with her.
not to hang out with Melissa. You need to let me finish my question. I know it's kind of slow and tedious, but that's just for the record. You got to let me finish my question, and then you answer it. Okay. All right. Do you remember something? Do you remember at some point Melissa started running away from home?
After I quit hanging out with her.
Okay. And do you remember that there was something that led up to her running away from home?
Her sister had a still baby.
Do you remember after Melissa was gone that she did not keep in contact with her mother?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling me that you don't remember her calling her mother? In fact,
Don't say that.
Okay.
How I know that?
to impeach your own witness? It's a bad look.
And had you ever met Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Never.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton, questions for this witness?
Yes.
Oh, actually,
Defense still up? Did he forget something?
do you remember telling me that when you knew Melissa and hung out with her, that her mother would not let her have anything like makeup?
Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
And what did she do instead?
Use colored pencils.
Do you remember whether she was allowed to have feminine products?
Yeah.
You remember telling me on the phone that she had to use socks?
No.
If I showed you a transcript of our discussion, would that jog your memory?
Why would I say that?
Can I show you a transcript of our interview?
Sure.
Wow. He has the recording as well. If I played a recording of our conversation, would that help? Refresh your recollection? You can use almost anything to refresh the recollection of a witness, even a ham sandwich.
I never said that.
Would you like me to play the audio?
Sure.
Here we go.
I must have been high.
Well, credibility down the drain.
Permission to share, Your Honor?
Granted, just make sure that what you're going to share is only the portion that is relevant to the question you've just asked.
I can imagine she was traumatized.
She was traumatized. She was. And let me tell you, like, makeup, when she would put makeup on, she would have to use color pencils because her mama did not give her those things.
Oh.
You know, like she, would have to use, I hate to say it, but like socks for pads and shit like that. You know, because her mama neglected.
I guess I did say that. That was her.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton?
Oh, man.
Good morning, Ms. Wadell. How are you?
Withdrawing.
Withdrawing. Okay, but you answered his questions. Have you and I ever met? Is that a no for the record?
No.
And have we ever talked on the phone?
No.
Okay. And you spoke with Mr. McDermott a few weeks ago over the phone? Is that a yes?
Mistake. I thought it was you.
Oh, no problem.
Oh, go ahead.
But you talked to him about a lot of different things. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And so you were her next door neighbor, correct? Melissa's next door neighbor?
As a child.
And as a child, that from between the ages of 7 and 13?
No.
What were the ages?
Ages of 2 to 7. 2
to 7. Okay. And your parents are friends or were friends with Melissa?
Are friends.
And you said you would spend time at her home every weekend, correct?
Did.
And you just testified that there was an odor in the home that you didn't like. Is that fair?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
But every weekend you would still go to the house?
Yes, I love them.
And I think you testified earlier that your mom would have to take Tina out the window.
She would.
Okay. But your mom still let you go over there every weekend?
She did.
Now, you said that Melissa was able to do Girl Scouts with you. I think you told defense counsel over the phone cheerleading, and then you just said like a girl youth group. Is that the third thing you just said?
Something like that.
Right. And it's safe to say that her mother will let her go with you to do these events. Right. Although your family paid for it, her mom let her participate in those activities.
She would.
And that kept you all busy. Is that fair to say?
It did.
That's a lot of activities, right? Now, at some point, is it fair to say that your mom moved to Covington and you moved to Covington?
I did.
About how old were you when you moved to Covington?
13.
And Melissa would still visit you while you were in Covington?
She did.
And so her mother would let her leave from Stockbridge? Is that a yes?
McDonough.
From McDonough and come see you in Covington?
She would.
How far is that?
30 minutes.
All right. So it's safe to say Melissa had to come out of the room in order to come see you. Is that fair?
No, she didn't lock her in the room like at that age.
Okay. Now, when you all were younger, did you tell defense counsel that you all never knew what Carl Patton had done?
Never.
Y'all didn't, you did not know?
We didn't. Not until they came and got him.
And when you said when they came and got him, are you talking about you found out in 2003?
I'm talking not until the police came and got him.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that the last time you saw Melissa was in 1997?
Last time I saw Melissa would be about 1998, 97.
97, 98. And I'm sorry, did your family have like an event every year and the Pattons would attend?
Yes.
What type of event was that?
Holidays.
And you talked about Melissa's kind of demeanor. In your opinion of knowing Melissa, would she ever just leave her children?
No.
Would she ever just stop talking to her children?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
Now, when you spoke to Mr. McDermott, you described Melissa as not bright at times?
No.
No, you didn't, or no, she
Yes.
wasn't? I'm sorry.
Yes, she's not bright.
Okay. That she was easy to control?
She was.
You said that she was weak?
She was.
You said that she was submissive?
She was.
You describe her as a type that would not fight?
She don't.
That she was very naive?
She was.
Not a smart thinker?
Not a smart thinker.
You said that she's dependent on whoever she is with?
That's right.
That she would not be the leader in a relationship?
She would be.
Matter of fact, in your friendship, she kind of follows you.
She did.
And you said kind of after you left, Melissa had no friends.
Right.
Now, I know you just told defense counsel that you never saw Mr. Wolfenbarger, but you had the occasion to speak to him one time on the phone.
Well, I guess very short, he would let me talk to Melissa.
Tell the jury about that.
He just wouldn't let me talk to her.
When was that?
In 97, 98.
Do you recall telling Mr. McDermott that was around Thanksgiving of 1998?
Something like that.
And that you actually called to speak to Melissa on the phone?
I did.
And Chris answered the phone?
He did.
And he wouldn't let you speak to her?
He wouldn't.
And he was controlling her ability to talk to you?
He was.
And it's fair to say that at that call, he did not want Melissa to talk to one of her childhood
Objection.
Sustained. It's true. When there's an objection and I sustain it, you have to not answer the question,
Sorry.
okay? Thank you.
And was that the only time that you talked to Chris in Thanksgiving of 1998?
Yes.
Court's indulgent. Sure.
Wow.
No further
Hey,
questions.
thank you. Mr. McDermott, any additional questions?
Yes, ma'am. You just told the state council that when you talked to me on the phone, you thought it was them.
I did.
Is that correct? And didn't I tell you on the phone, I'm Christopher's attorney?
No. You said defense.
Okay. Permission to play some audio, Your Honor?
She said you said defense.
Okay. So I did tell you.
Just making sure you heard her answer.
I did tell you I was the defense attorney.
You did.
Correct. And then I told you I'm Christopher's
You
attorney.
did tell me that.
Okay. thank you.
Afterwards, yes.
At the very beginning of the conversation.
Look, I get high every day. I do drugs. So I'm just trying to tell you, I don't know, it's what I say. And I hate to burst your little bubble. I'm just telling you, like, I do heroin every day. And I'm going through withdrawals. And that's the whole point I didn't want to come here. So I don't know what this would be.
Were you on heroin when you talked to me on the
I was.
phone? You're on heroin right now?
Only because I'm locked up. Sweating to death.
Just to reiterate, you quit hanging out with Melissa around age 13, correct?
I did.
So you had really not much interaction with her after that?
I didn't.
Okay. So you don't know what she was thinking or doing after that age?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton, anything else?
In that Thanksgiving 98 call that we just talked about, do you recall telling defense counsel that the Pattons were at your family's house for a family function? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And that it was during that family function you asked about
her,
about Melissa, and you said, give me a number so I can call her.
I did.
No further questions.
Mr. McDermott?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, just for some logistics, I'm going to have to ask you to step out for just a moment, and I'll have you right back as quick as I can.
The witness will most likely be released at this point from custody or ordered to be released now that she has complied with the terms of the subpoena, which was to show up to testify. Addiction is a monster, and it's raging in her life, and it's terrible to see.
The jury's clear. You may be seated. Deputies, if you'll assist Ms. Wadell, she's excused as a witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Wadell. I was just going to say I trust that her release will be processed as quickly as possible. Mr. So I understand what's going to happen when I call the jury back in. Does the defense have any other witnesses, or is the defense planning to rest?
Defense rest, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'm going to need you to do it formally in front of the jury. I'm just asking in advance. Does the state still have planned rebuttal?
Yes, we have 2 witnesses for rebuttal.
Okay, and do you have them ready to go outside the door?
One is right outside the door, and the other is our DA investigator.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're ready for the jury to come back in then, and
Hey, did you put me live or not?
we'll have the DA rest, and, or excuse me, the state will rest, and the DA can take up its rebuttal. Is that a yes,
Do you want
Ms.
to be
Hilton?
live?
Yes.
Or no?
Okay, is that a yes, Mr. McDermott?
It's fine.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Question?
Judge is talking.
Question again, please.
Are you ready for us to come in and proceed in the manner I indicated, which is that y'all are going to rest once the jury comes back in and the state's going to take up its rebuttal.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, quick. The jury's coming in.
Okay, so what happens from here? Sorry, my kid's in the bedroom making noise. They call in two different witnesses, and I'm not sure if it's really worth watching if you want to sit here.
I was going to skip it.
There's really nothing significant of note. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do want to make something incredibly clear and put out a fire both in chat and on the Facebook group. I in no way, shape, or form was trying to offend anybody when saying that this was a must-see in replay of testimony since we saw the verdict. I was simply trying to say that we did need to go back and find out if they ended up apprehending her and bringing her in. And part of her testimony was actually pretty critical in my view. But it had nothing to do with making fun of anybody in addiction.
We weren't. So I'm good with that. So I think it was something we needed to hear. I think we're going to leave it at that. I'm not sure if we're going to go through. I don't know how long closing arguments were.
Yeah, I didn't really see anything of substance with the state's rebuttal or closings. The only thing really worth going back to catch up on since we saw the verdict live was Wendy's contribution to the trial.
Yeah, I agree. I was disappointed.
So don't think you missed anything. Missed anything truly exciting. You didn't.
Well, I might go back and just listen really quickly to what defense said on closing, maybe on a higher speed, like 1.25 speed. I'm not sure. Did you listen to that? Is it worth catching on the replay?
For closings?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to do defense, state kind of fumbled through and didn't make sense, but that's kind of how the whole case was.
Yeah. Okay. We'll try.
Even Jimmy Dean said closing is odd.
All right. Thanks, Amber. Appreciate it.
Not a problem, y'all. Have
right.
a good night. Have a
Bye.
good weekend.
Listen, I'm
This is the end of the states.
Dr. James is relevant testimony. It's testimony you can and should consider in evaluating what's been presented in evidence of domestic violence. And I would ask you to put the appropriate weight on her testimony and use that in your determination. Dr. Mark Gilbo is an anthropologist with a specialization in the skeletal.
I think I missed it a little bit. Hang on, let me fast forward a bit. Got a few minutes of him left over. There we go. Okay, here we go. This defense closing. We're at 1.25 speed.
Just a short word about how this works. The state gets to split their argument. So they'll make an argument, I get to make an argument, they get the last word too. Okay, first word, last word, and I won't get to rebut that. That's just the way it is. We accept that. You've all taken an oath. And you've taken an oath, and the judge will instruct you in just a minute. Not my words, not their words. The law that will require you to decide this case based on the evidence. Based on evidence. You remember in my opening statement, I told you that the state has got gaping holes in this case. And that the state is going to give you bits and pieces of evidence. And that it is going to tell you a story to fill those in the way that suits them. And it's going to ask you to imagine along with them that that story is true. And it's going to ask you to make a leap of logic at the end of it. From alleged instances of abuse to murder. And I have asked you to follow your oath, to follow the law, to decide the case based on the evidence, not on the imagination.
All right, there we go.
Let's talk about the evidence a little bit.
That's all I needed to hear. I just wanted to hear what he was targeting. It's the same thing he said in the open, which was that the state has these huge logical leaps they want you to take from the little bits of evidence that they do have to murder. And just imagine with us that this is what happened. So great work on the part of the defense. Incredibly crappy work on the part of the prosecution. Like, I think they should hang their head in shame, not because they, were trying to get justice. I mean, I think that's great that they're trying to get justice. But they came in with a case that should not have been tried, where they had no evidence. It was a cold case for 20 some odd years because there was not enough evidence, and they still had not enough evidence and decided to run with it anyway. And they did so poorly. So, sharp contrast to what we're seeing in the Donna Adelson case. The judge, the prosecution, even the defense, pretty good. So, wow. I think that's where we're going to end it for today. It's been a long day. It's after 5:30. I'm just excited. I think I get to go metal detecting tomorrow. Is that the plan? I get to go metal detecting. Don't need the replay machine anymore. I think we're done with that. There's a possibility I can take you guys with me metal detecting, especially if I find something and show you what it is like. But I think that's where we are. We missed the verdict music a little bit because we got no warning. So apologize for that. We tried to play a little bit. Can we go home yet? Only after I play this one. This one we get to go home. It is the weekend. Hope you guys have some wonderful plans on for the weekend. I need to paint, possibly tonight, so that I can go metal detecting tomorrow. So should be fun. Should be a lot of fun. Wow. Just reached for the mouse that wasn't there. When we come back on Monday, we have some spicy testimony. We anticipate Wendy's going to be called on Monday. First witness, I don't know. But we anticipate she's going to be up, and that's going to be quite interesting. The family is turning on each other. Donna is pointing the finger of blame at her husband a little bit for some of the emails, pointing the finger at Wendy for some of the things. Charlie's going to be up eventually. It's going to be crazy. The family dynamics and who blames who for what is going to be absolutely wild. The judge is putting up with no crap, like zero craps given. He will not accept it, and I love it. I love a judge that just controls the courtroom, and not just. We've seen judges that like I'm king, whatever I say goes. This judge, Mr. Judge Everett, is phenomenal, and he's fair, and he's decisive, and it's great. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe to go live again. Monday morning, we're going to start probably 8:45. I realize the jury doesn't come in until 9:15 or later, but I think we'll have some fun lawyer pre-trial stuff to do. So, awesome. You guys have yourselves a great evening. We will see you on Monday. Peace out. Bye.
What more do you need to see?
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.